Good evening. It being a minute past 6 p.m. on Tuesday, March 8th, 2022, I hereby call this meeting of the Westborough Select Board to order. This meeting is being held live at Town Hall in Memorial Hall on the third floor and is being live simulcast and recorded for future viewing by Westborough TV, so thank you to them for doing that. Everyone who is willing and able, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. Thank you everyone who's here in the audience this evening, as well as those watching on Westborough TV. The agenda has been properly posted on the town's website and hopefully been scrolling on Westborough TV prior to this meeting. So we'll dive right in. The first matter of business on the agenda today is open forum, and Select Board member Shelby Marshall has asked for time to recognize someone who has served this town well. So.
Thank you very much, Alan. So earlier this morning, we received word that Denny Drury, longtime resident and, well, I'll get into all of his great works in just a moment, member of this board, had passed. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge his life, one of service, love, laughter, and kindness. Service. Denny was very proud, and rightfully so, of his service to this country. Special Forces Major, A-Team in Vietnam, Vietnam Intelligence Recon Team, Special Forces Executive Officer. He was a leader and a hero, receiving recognition and awards, including Combat Infantry, Paratrooper Wings, the Bronze Star of Valor, and the Purple Heart. Over the years, Denny dedicated himself with service to Westborough, Personnel Board, Trustees of Soldiers Memorials, and as a multi-term member of the Select Board. He was a member of the Rotary Club, Civic Club, and coached youth football, basketball, and baseball. And he served the Commonwealth as regional representative for U.S. Senator Scott Brown and is on the Mass Turnpike Authority and assisting many veterans. Love. Denny and his wife, Rainey, were married for over 50 years, and he was a proud father to Scott and Jamie. On behalf of the board and the town, we extend our deepest sympathies to them. Kindness and laughter. Denny had a big personality. You knew when he was in the room. He was firm in his views and didn't hesitate to share them. He was a big teddy bear, and he was kind. Perhaps you were one of the beneficiaries of his many acts of kindness. He could tell a joke and rarely left a conversation without a smile and his hearty laugh. I will certainly remember those moments. With these thoughts in your own of Denny, I ask for a moment of silence to acknowledge a great life, a complete one, and one that was well lived. Rest in peace, Denny. You are already missed, but you will not be forgotten.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on with our agenda this evening. Would like to welcome our town moderator, John Arnold, with an update. Is there anybody else for open forum? Oh, sorry, I should ask. Is there
no.
anyone else present for open forum?
No, she's here for the policy.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Vice Chair.
No problem.
So, Mr. Arnold, our town moderator, on the annual town meeting process and procedure.
Good evening. I'll also use one of those God-given moments for a little bit of a segue. The Drurys live across the street from where I grew up and where my mother still lives. I remember very clearly not only recently, I gave Mr. Drury a ride home from, I think, the last Memorial Day parade. But perhaps more poignantly, I remember the day after my father died in an automobile accident in 1975. He came across the street and he made sure. Okay, that's the kind of person he was. That's the kind of person he is. So anyway, thank you, Dad, on behalf of all of us. So now, it's Election Day. Happy Election Day. A little bit somber because Mr. Drury is passing. But Happy Election Day, you know what that means? It means 11 days till town meeting. So I've been asked, and it's a good chance for me to catch the voters up on what's going on, because it's been a while since we've had what I hope will be a more normal than usual town meeting. First things first, it's Saturday, March 19th, and important for the voters to remember that last year we passed a bylaw that changed the start time from 1 p.m. to 9 a.m. So I want to encourage everyone, if you want to be there, especially since the budget, I believe, is Article 4, it's highly likely that we will start the budget well before the normal 1 o'clock start time. So my expectation is that voter check-in will start shortly after 8 or between 8 and 8:30. I'll be there as close to 8 as I can, and since there's no quorum for the annual town meeting, I expect to start right at 9 o'clock unless there's a line of voters. I certainly hope there's lots of voters, but these days you never know. Also, because as with all town meetings, but especially with this one, we're planning to have the auditorium as the main room as we did in October, and have one of the high school gyms set up as an overflow just in case too many people show up or if people want to feel more spread out. So the key points for anyone following at home is 9 o'clock Saturday morning, March 19th. And of course, it's nice to be back in an annual town meeting in March. 2 years ago, we had it in June. Last year we had it in May, and now we're jumping all the way back to March. And these are certainly unusual times. We certainly hope that they are closer to usual, but they are not exactly the way it used to be just yet. So I want to provide people a little bit of an update. I'm following the guidance of the Board of Health. They had a discussion recently about it, and right now the Board of Health advisory is that people are encouraged to wear masks indoors, but they are not required. So people can do as they see fit. We all know that mask wearing is one of the lightning rod issues of our times, and I'm trying to be cognizant of how everyone feels. And so we're not going to have the ultra social distance meeting that we had 2 years ago, or even the annual meeting last year. We are going to ask that all the groups of people who are not usually close together leave at least 1 seat apart in the auditorium. We don't have to leave any empty rows, so I'm hoping that means we can fit most of all the voters, but we do have the overflow, but I'm hoping that people feel comfortable with that. I think I hadn't actually published these remarks, but I think some people have read them, and I think there was a little bit of confusion or clarity. I think it came up at the candidates forum, and I've heard other people talk about it, that there are still some people, because of their family or personal circumstances, want to wear masks and don't always feel comfortable being close to people who aren't wearing masks. And so the question came up, well, what are we going to do about that? So after giving it some thought, what my plan is to make a section of the auditorium and a section of the gymnasium to be a masks required section, where to sit in them, it will be limited to people who want to be sitting near other people wearing masks. However, I know at least one person either heard this wrong or misconstrued it. It's not that you have to sit there if you want to wear a mask. If you want to wear a mask personally, but you are not worried about people who aren't wearing masks next to you, sit in the normal section if you want. The section that we're going to designate as mask wearing is only for those people who feel uncomfortable sitting next to people who may themselves not choose to wear masks. So again, all the voters get the same rights of deliberation. This is not a new modern day segregationism. This is just trying to let all voters feel comfortable that they can attend and participate to whatever level they feel fits their comfort level. If people have questions about that or have suggestions for improvement, feel free to let me know. And I'll try to make this clear certainly at the beginning of town meeting, and maybe even have some slides trying to clarify it while people are walking in. If I see confusion before the meeting starts, I'll let you know, and if you or anybody you know is confused once the town meeting starts or whatever, let me know and we will work it out. So again, the primary seating is going to be in the auditorium. As I said, we're going to just ask people who aren't sort of from the same pod, sit 1 seat apart. Just that we've had extraordinarily good luck, knock on wood, that so far none of the town meetings have had any sort of COVID spread, and we certainly don't want that to happen this time, so we're just going to ask people to use caution and leave 1 seat next to you. And of course, if you really want to be spread out, there will be seats in the gym that I think probably will not be full. Another thing that came up, since we're essentially in a learning process of how to do town meetings starting at 9. As you'll recall, back in the dim dark ages when I was younger, it was always the case that we started at 1 o'clock, but it used to be the case that the high school cafeteria or some local civic group would have a dinner served in the high school cafeteria. So we used to have a planned adjournment at 5 and come back at 7. And so that's 2 hours lost out of what that time would be, 1 o'clock to an 11 o'clock meeting. Starting at 9, I think the move to adapt town meeting to start at 9 is with the hopes that it also back in the olden days when I was much younger, it used to be the town meeting could go till Wednesday or Thursday. I think the typical voter attention span, we used to have a town meeting week designation that we did away with. I think the town meeting voter span is that the hope is that we can get through the warrant on Saturday. And of course, depending on how many people attend, how much deliberation there is, and how long the voting takes, it could obviously go till Monday. But my thought, and I know this was brought up, I was thinking about it, and others were thinking about it, Chris called and asked me about it. If we took a 2-hour break for lunch and a 2-hour break for dinner, because we're starting at 9, that's 4 hours out of a potential 14-hour day if we want to plan for going to 9 to 11. There were 30 articles. We certainly could have gone to 11 faster and started at 1. I think losing out on 4 hours is a big chunk. And I also think that many people have their own sort of ebb and flow and their own sense of rhythm of town meeting. And emptying the room and checking all the voters back in is time consuming. It's problematic, and everybody can ebb and flow. So the experiment that we're planning to do this year is that the school department is talking to their vendor or trying to find if there's a way that we can have the cafeteria at the high school open for lunch and maybe for dinner, so that if people want to stay close to the action, because heaven forbid you miss a vote, that they can just briefly scoot out. And I know the town clerk, when Nick was trying to work out a plan where people can either stamp or get their voting slip to say, I'm not leaving the building, and then show it when they come and go, so we don't have lines of people checking in and out. So our experiment this year is going to be that we're planning to try to have the high school cafeteria open in addition to the good snacks and stuff that the women's club already sells. So if you want the real close by stuff, I'm going to suggest people use the women's club table. And if you want to have something perhaps a little more substantial, if the school's going to work out the details to have the cafeteria open. And of course, if people want to leave, they can tell the checking staff that they're leaving. They can either turn in their slip or get it stamped, or they can rechecking when they come back. So I'm trying, personally, I'm going to plan to bring like 2 ham sandwiches that I will eat 1 nibble at a time, and I'm hoping to only me leave the floor when I go to the bathroom. And I've been very lucky that recently we've had very short meetings and I haven't had to do that. But I'm planning to have 2 different, but I am getting older. I've got middle-aged man bladder. And I'm going to try to not drink my water too quickly. And I'm hoping to have a couple of deputy moderators, so at least one of them could take my place in my...
This is a lot of information.
I know. I'm almost done. But I wanted to be entertaining enough that people would watch.
Yeah.
So my hope is that the meeting will just keep going. Obviously, it is the voters' meeting. If the voters vote to adjourn, then the meeting adjourns. I can't stop it, but my plan is to try to have a smooth pace. And if people want to ebb and flow, looking for the spots where they think, oh, there's going to be debate for a while, I can sneak out there and come back. That's the idea. The great experiment of 2022. We'll see how it goes. If anybody has better ideas, please let me know. And then we're hoping to get the scouts for roving microphones. If not, we're going to do it the normal way. So essentially, we're going to try to be as normal as possible. Our second year with a much fuller warrant. That I want to try to fill the time in hopes that we can perhaps get through the warrant by the end of Saturday, or at least have minimal numbers of articles to do on Monday evening or whenever the meeting votes to reconvene. So that's it for me. Any questions?
I know you've answered this to others, but they're having the questions out. They just want to mention about electronic voting.
Right. thank you. That was, I forgot to write that down. Yes, we will not have electronic voting. Back when we would have had to get in touch with the vendor and work out the details, we would have had to have done that in late fall, early winter. And at that time, we were in the middle of Delta Omicron. And the town clerk decided, in conjunction with discussing with me, that we didn't want to commit the town to money that then we would have had to either lose some or come back. And so it's worked out okay. I think we all look forward to going back to electronic voting. And I know Christie's brought it up in the past and Wendy's brought it up. I think we're going to look at whether, if things go back to normal, whether we can save a little money by considering using a system that is less expensive but hopefully still secure. I hope to go back to it by the fall or next annual town meeting. So we're trying to make it economical because I think people like the speed and the quickness, and I think people who on the winning or losing side like to know the exact count, and at the same time we don't want the town to spend a lot of money, so we're trying to balance that. But unfortunately, when we didn't know when Omicron was going to peak and phase out by the time the decision had to be made for the vendor we have under contract, it was just too soon.
Thank you.
That was one thing I forgot to write on the paper.
Okay, Patrick.
Yeah, John, thank you for all your work on this. Tremendous amount of effort goes into it every year, I know, so thank you for doing that. I just had two quick questions. First, can Ian still sneak in the cookies from the women's club?
Yes, I can.
I actually did it. So eating. So the schools do prefer to not have really any eating and drinking in the cafeteria, but we all know that's not practical. So I think that in the past, I think we're going to ask that people, especially since COVID is still subsiding, to ask people take small bites of small snacks that don't have much odor and not much crunching, and they can probably have those and try to, sort of like a good scout or a good camper. Try to take out what you leave, don't leave junk around, try not to leave crumbs on the floor. If you have a large, odoriferous or large crunchy meal, I would ask you to go out to the lobby area and eat it there and sneak back in. But I know I'm planning on standing at the podium and just sneaking a bite of my sandwich, keeping my mouth floated and doing that and having water. And I think if we all just try to behave like well-behaving adults, I think that would be okay. So
Yeah.
thanks for asking for that.
Thank you, and I'm just as guilty as him,
Yes,
so
yes.
that's...
It's a long day and it's a Saturday.
It is. I guess my other question is really, so I threw out the idea of those stamps, and I was thinking about it afterwards, and I was like, maybe even a better idea than this, and I was going to talk to Wendy, but I haven't had a chance yet, was, how when you go to the amusement park, they put those little fluorescent, tie-back kind of arm bracelets on.
Yeah.
Would that be something that would be, I don't know if it'll work this year or not, if we've got too short a notice here, but, in the future, could it double actually as the band, as the slip as well?
Actually, well, Wendy's in charge of checking in voters. I preside over the meeting,
Yeah.
votes to do that. That sounds like a good idea. Actually having the hard to remove
Exactly.
fluorescent things where I could ask people to do that. That could be just as good as a voting slip, and it would probably, just as a double security, it would probably still be, to have that and a voting slip. But that may be a good visual way for having people who come and go from the building recognizing whether that's somebody who's been here, to know whether you need to do the deep dive of having them check in or just say, oh yeah.
Right.
I would actually bring that up to Wendy.
Yeah, I'll
To do that, because that does sound like a good idea.
Thank you.
Obviously, if we go back to electronic voting, having the possession of the voting device is the most important.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Shelby?
I just want to remind folks that Westborough TV will be there, as always, covering it live, right? So,
Yep. And because we're in two rooms, hopefully having audio and or video between the two rooms.
so folks can follow along if they can't be an early start or have to arrive based on their
And I'll
schedule.
let people know, because I did this once when I had to do this for not a town meeting, but one of the committee meetings or whatever, is that if you do have to sneak out, go downtown, do an errand, if you're watching on YouTube, you can get it on your phone and you can see where you are, and I encourage everyone to be there for every minute of the town meeting, because I think town meeting is important, and I think it's a sense of belonging and a sense of us contributing to the greatness of our town. But yes, you can actually follow along in time when you want to be there. If there's a particular article you want to make sure you don't miss.
Okay, Sean?
Hey, John, thank you very much. This was excellent. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the
Thanks.
hard work and preparation and coordination with
See you in a
the
little
town
bit.
clerk.
See you in a week and a half, yeah.
Now I got to go back to my second two meeting night in a row, so thanks very much.
Thanks, John.
So next on the agenda is a statement of support for Ukraine. I turn the floor over to Select Board Member Keough.
Hey, thank you very much. Just briefly, I just wanted to,
Sean, can you talk into the mic?
I'm not close enough. All right, I'll get even closer. Okay,
That's good.
much better. And the statement goes as, Westborough Select Board acknowledges the current humanitarian and armed crisis in Ukraine. We want to support our Ukrainian-American friends and neighbors during these uncertain times. As a gesture of support for the Ukrainian community, the Westborough Town Hall clock will be lit up in blue and yellow. Also, if the impact of this crisis is causing emotional distress for you or a loved one, or if you want information about how to talk to children about these events, please reach out to Westborough Youth and Family Services for support, and the number is 508-366-3090. And I know that separately, Westborough Youth and Family Services will be posting a statement as well later tonight or tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion in support
Is
of
that
that
the motion?
statement.
You want to make that motion?
Oh, should I make the motion? So moved?
Okay, I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. Any further comment or discussion? No, I'll say thank you for taking the initiative on this
Yep.
on behalf of the
Glad to
board.
do it.
All in favor? Motion passes by a vote of 5-0, 5 being present. Okay. Number 5 on the agenda is a site plan overview for 54 Otis Street. If the applicants are present, I know we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so if you're ready, please step forward.
Yeah. That's why you come early, so you can get out early, right?
By the way, that was one of the more interesting explanations of time. And frankly, the results of everyone remembering it.
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Robert Buckley, River Forestine. I have with me Christine Hung from my office, who's assisting me on this, and Jim Singh, the principal of Atlantic Management. We're here this evening on a continuation of the very interesting and very exciting project that has going on for a number of years. This is a site plan for 54 Otis.
And we can,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can see here, the
we can
projector's
see it.
warming up here to the side.
There you
I'd
go.
just like to comment that some very exciting recognition for the town to have this type of facility because it is high-end and has really become the talk of the region in terms of what's going on here. So with that, is that good enough for the town?
Yep.
Yep.
54 is, will be a 100,000 square foot shell building, of which 80,000 will be at the footprint level and a 20,000 square foot mezzanine. It is adjacent to 50, which is the principal robotics facility. This will be supplemental and complementary to that, and there will be an interconnection between the two. As you know, there is also an adjacent site, 64, that's under construction today. The benefits of this are, again, it's all high-end robotics engineering jobs, which are projected to be approximately 200 jobs coming out of this facility. The most interesting aspect for the town, and as you approach town meeting in a couple of weeks, the current taxes on the site were $11,000 because it will be set subject to an agricultural characterization. The stabilized tax projections are $250,000 a year, but that's excluding personal property. It's also excluding all of the one-time fees that the town will obtain during the construction, permitting fees, etc. I'd like to point out one thing that we talked about. Like when we did 64, we made a fundamental decision that because I think I was here over a year ago talking to the select board about the fact that it was likely to be, well, I guess it was longer than a year ago, it's that blank period that we've all lost, that there's going to be a lot of infrastructure money available. So we made a decision when we did 64 front load a lot of the mitigation costs that would be attributable to not only this, but future development here. And just to refresh the board, we've committed to essentially effectuating the corridor implementation by going to the state. We've hired a consultant at a fairly substantial amount to work on the MassWorks grant that hopefully will result in front loading of a lot of the improvements on the corridor. We've also undertaken and are implementing certain improvements that came out of the traffic, what do they call it, the safety audit at Route 9 and Otis Street, and implement some of those improvements. So there was a real decision that we would front load those costs and expenses, and like everything else, those have been a lot higher than we anticipated. We thought it was worthwhile to do so because it will make for a much better project, and it will be done hopefully sooner, and the town will benefit over time from the implementation of those improvements. The other thing that's important, this is a classic example of effective planning, which is a rail transit district. You have a commuter rail line that services both Worcester and Boston, which are Worcester rapidly becoming a very attractive hub, which will bring talent to the site. You have housing across, you have residential, and now the final component is you have commercial development. So I compliment the town on being very proactive and creative in their zoning. But I will also say that zoning is a long-term proposition. What you do today and the benefits of it are years away, but if no one takes the first step, you never get there. So good zoning, I always tell communities, is a 20-year process. And it is about that because I worked on the housing in 2004 because I do know, I don't know if it was the same moderator, but they paused the meeting to give the score of the Red Sox game when Schiller had the bloody ankle.
Yep. Different moderator, that was Joe Harrington.
He stopped the meeting.
He put his hat on, and yeah.
That is correct.
Yep.
Put his hat on.
Yeah.
So I compliment the town and the visionary individuals that were back then, and hopefully the board now has the same vision. But we're excited to proceed with this. The town has been nothing but professional in dealing with them up to this time, even though walking through the woods was rather interesting. But we've made a major commitment to the town, and we hope the town is cognizant of that, and we look forward to working with the town going forward. A couple of additional points I'd like to make. This will be a fossil-free project. So we're trying to focus on the sustainability, and it will be designed to have the capability of having solar panels on the roof. And we'll also be utilizing charging stations on the site for electric vehicles. And we'll be making major improvements to stormwater recharge area, which is, given the surrounding resource areas, I think is a very important attribute to the project. And for those who have been following it, I know we had a stakeholder meeting about a month ago across the street on a corridor study that is progressing. The expression of interest has been filed, working with the consultant in the town, and I believe the towns of Northborough and Shrewsbury have joined as part of that expression of interest, so it's a real regional approach. And we're hoping that we'll be able to obtain substantial funding to make this a project that the state and local authorities can point to as how good and it should be implemented. Yep. So I'll turn it over to the board if you have any questions or comments or like additional information.
Thank you very much. I'll start to my left, Patrick and Sean.
Whatever your name is.
Me, okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So I see you've broken ground on 64. I guess what's the timeline in terms of these two projects?
This one will be as soon as we can get it permitted. I think the intent is to move forward. 64, I think the delivery is August.
Wow.
It shows the demand. I mean, having the train station and having the talent pool between Worcester and Boston is just an amazing situation to be in. So, and like everything else, you want to move as quickly as possible because everyday costs are rising.
As this is, I think, the third project you've brought before us, I feel comfortable with what you've put forward, so I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Shelby, got the right name.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the opening remarks. And I was wondering, as I went through the packet, I was interested in, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of big parking lots abutting the road, you know, kind of setbacks, but I was interested, to the complement of the project, some of the screening that is intended. Can you just speak to that so that, you know, really giving the public reassurance that they're not going to drive by and see one big flat parking lot?
If you look at 52, there's actually a berm with vegetation and trees planted. The intent is we're going to have the corridor to the Otis Street will redevelop, so you'll have, at least on our side, the whole corridor will have a campus field, yeah. But there'll be a separation. It's the 3 feet of, I think it's green space, then a 10-foot intermodal. Yeah. Intermodal. Thank you, Christine. And then there'll be landscaping along the perimeter. So as you go by, there will be really an attractive, active situation, and there'll be shuttling to the train station, which is a major mitigation for purposes of traffic management.
Sure. And one other piece, if you could just describe, I know that there are currently 2 curb cuts on 54. You're eliminating one of those and then creating a cut through, as we see here, or pass through to 50. Right. Where was the, I guess, it's just not clear to me, is that on the high?
On the high end was with the other, yeah.
Is that that would be the one that is retained?
No.
On the, what is that, the north side?
That would be
North.
South side. It's on the lower is where the entry is going.
Right.
Oh,
And that's going to share between the two,
Oh.
coming in and you'll turn, yeah. That's currently there.
Yeah.
The one that also is currently there is the one you'll close off.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so this one coming in here from Otis, that's the shared one between 50 and 54.
Okay.
The picture shows the trucks coming into this site. It's projected about 1 or 2 trucks a week.
So can you describe what this is going to be? Because I didn't quite understand it, other than, I didn't really understand it.
Robotics?
What 54 will be used for? I heard high bay and people are going to watch trucks, but that probably is simplified.
Yeah. So,
Joe Zink, Atlantic Management. This is the R&D facility for Amazon Go. So this is the newest technology. You get to walk into a store and buy something without checking.
Okay.
So this is, it's basically R&D prototype.
Okay. Thank you.
So it is an extension, sorry to jump in, but extension of 50, as you said, 54, that's where the high bay and because of the
Yes,
robotics work.
testing, set blocks and blocks that. So very, very secure facility, more secure than 50.
Wow.
Interesting.
No, thank you. Very supportive of the project.
Now I'll jump to Patrick.
Oh, okay. Sure, thank you. Just a quick question. I noticed there's approximately expected 186 parking spaces. You mentioned supporting EV vehicles. So if my math is right, that's somewhere around 9 parking spots that will be EV capable. Will those be publicly accessible?
I'm sorry?
Will those be publicly accessible?
I don't believe so. Those aren't open to the public.
Okay.
No.
And then this fully aligns to the corridor study that was recently completed,
Yes,
right?
yes. That's why we made the decision early on to front load that cost, so that as the corridor is planned, we're coinciding with that plan. So we agreed to fund the consultant to try to get the money to make that happen sooner rather than later. So the disruption will be minimal.
Thank you. That was
No, I have nothing further. I mean, I'm excited for this. The work you've done is first rate. I know the planning board puts you through the paces.
Walk in the woods, which, truth be known, I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Dean did.
Okay.
That was fun and interesting.
But no, I mean, Shelby, the two questions you asked were the two questions I had as well, so I have nothing else to add, and very supportive of it, so thank you.
Okay, and my questions have also been asked by other members of the board, so I don't believe we have any
Anything to
specific
send to the
comments
planning board?
to send to the planning board. So,
Actually, just one final, is there connectivity or is there planned connectivity between 54 and
64.
64? No. Oh, wetlands, yeah, okay, I couldn't,
Have a major resource area there.
okay, thank you. Now I'm done.
Okay, thanks. So I don't believe we have any specific comments or questions to send to the planning board, so thank you very much for
Thank you
coming
very
this
much
evening
for
and
your time
presenting and
consideration.
sharing your plans, and
We look forward
luck
to
with
it.
the process as you move forward.
Okay,
Thanks
again.
And hopefully it's not going to be 2 years or 3 years before we're back.
Exciting, thank you.
Okay. Item 6 on our agenda is a request to add Breen Road and Valley Brook Road to the sidewalk plowing policy. And so I will, that was,
I'll just ask, sort of getting some messages here. Folks are having a hard time hearing our speakers, so anyone coming before really need to
Lean
channel
in.
into those microphones, so, to our next speaker.
okay,
How's this?
Yeah,
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
yeah.
perfect.
And you can slide it, yeah,
This way?
there you go,
Ooh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, I'm here for the sidewalk clearing. I know it's March,
If-
the last thing.
If
Yeah.
if you can introduce yourself
Oh,
and name and
sorry.
address for the record,
Sure.
please.
Jeanette McCarthy, 16 Valley Brook Road in Westborough. Yeah, so sorry to make you guys think about snow. It's March, and I think it's the last thing we want to see again, but thinking about next year and the sidewalk clearing policy and the streets that are covered. I live on Valley Brook Road, which is parallel with Fales Elementary School. And then at the, it's like a little elbow street. At the top is Breen. I don't know if you guys have pictures of the.
Yes, we do.
Okay. So we are not currently part of the sidewalk clearing plan, and I reached out because we'd like to be. We have about 8 kids now on our street that either are currently going to Fales or will be within the next year. We also have kids from Mount Pleasant, which is across Ruggles, that walk up our street. And now with the new construction of Fales, the upper parking lot entry kind of funnels right out onto Breen. It goes directly straight across. So we've always been kind of a cut through for parents at parent drop off and pickup. But now especially, we have people parking all, because the construction's not done yet, there's tons of parking on Breen Street and down Valley Brook as well at parent pickup and drop off. And so if our sidewalks aren't cleared by homeowners, the kids are walking the street, and especially during that time when they're walking to school, it's also the highest traffic because of our proximity to the school. That's when a lot of folks are, dropping off and looping back around. Additionally, I don't even have kids in Fales right now, but I'm just kind of advocating for my neighborhood. But my 2 kids are in Mill Pond in the high school, and this winter they did both have basketball practice at the new Fales gym. So the Fales gym also is now becoming a walkable location for our road for other activities that happen during the winter. So there's just a lot of activities at Fales and a lot of our neighbors that use that. It's a very short street, but a lot of walkers. And so I was hoping to get the town to clear our walkways because they are not consistently cleared by everyone on the street. And so I was hoping it would create safety. And yeah, that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Christy, you had some comments, or also our DPW director, Chris Pant, is here.
Yeah, I would just remind the board, the information was in your packet, that we updated the sidewalk plan. Our DPW director, working with the superintendent, updated the sidewalk plan in 2019, which is how we developed the list. I think our thoughts around those streets that were chosen were that we were clearing the major roads. As you can see, when you looked at the presentation that the DPW director made in 2019, there was a zoomed in section around Fails, and there's a lot of side streets that I think if you were to add side streets, you might be asked to add additional side streets, and I think that's true for looking at other schools as well. So Chris is here, so I don't want to speak for him, but I know he has a meeting he has to get to also. So.
I don't really have anything specific other than, we'll ultimately do what the town requires us to do and asks us to do, and we're happy to do it. We did put together that policy 2 years ago, and actually that was something that people long before me developed over time, and we just renewed it. I don't really have a strong opinion either way. There's a cost to adding more sidewalks, and that's fine, but we just need to recognize that increases the amount of time it takes to do things, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it just needs to be understood by everybody that as you increase the requirement, then the time to complete the requirement is extended, and that might be a consideration for some people. In terms of the neighborhood itself, I would just recommend if we do adopt the Valley Brook and Breen streets, I would suggest we just do one sidewalk which is typically what we do on most streets. We don't do both sides necessarily, we do one, and so we would just decide of the street that leads to the crosswalk to Fail School itself. I'm happy to answer any questions or talk anything more, but that's really my comments.
Okay. Patrick?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Chris, and thank you for bringing this forward to us. Certainly safety for the kids walking to school is an important topic. Just looking in that zoomed-in map a little bit, Chris, maybe you can help me out here a little bit. There's a dotted line at the end of Old Colony. I know there was a pathway up there at one point. Do we plow that? Do we provide, does that get cleared by the town as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And then I guess my question is to both of you here. Would there be any advantage, again, the town's done obviously a lot of work to build this plan. There's a lot of thought to it. I could make an argument that Westminster Way right next to Old Colony should also be plowed, right? So there's all these areas very close by that all could be plowed, and we do run into cost issues and time issues, response for the DPW. Would a possible another solution maybe be to alter the traffic, convert Valley Brook to one way at a certain time of the day, to allow that flow of traffic to occur? Would that be helpful? I'm just trying to be a little creative here.
Yeah, when they were building Fails, they had a lot of community input sessions, and I actually have an email trail with the building committee about our traffic concerns around drop-off and pickup, and I offered suggestions like that. In fact, we used to have a light up crosswalk that now the building committee has to replace because the town relocated it. So we're very concerned about the traffic on our streets and the safety of our children. I understand about Westminster. I looked at that and I thought, oh, that might come up. But they don't have the traffic we do at pickup and drop off. We really are like a funnel right out of the parking lot down our street, and a cut through for a lot of people that don't want to sit on Eli Whitney in a line, or so that's kind of the difference about our roads, is there a major cut through right to that parking lot. I could definitely follow up. I have been reaching out to the building committee and the contractors there to talk about other traffic issues. They have kind of said they did a site plan, they did a traffic study at the time, and our neighbors have talked about that, making it one way or a speed bump or anything like that, and that is an option, but that's kind of a separate topic in my mind. You'd still have kids walking in the street in the snow. Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, I don't know if you had any thoughts on that as well.
I don't know the history of what was discussed before Fails was, the renovation was begun. I think those are all things worth looking at, but, like was just said, I don't know that, I think it's two separate things, plowing a sidewalk versus traffic flow, and there's some connection, but they're not, it's two really different things, I think, so I think it's something the town could look at, but I don't think it's something that necessarily bears on whether we plow the sidewalk or not.
Thank you, both.
Okay. Ian?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward. And I know I've been one of the ones, vocal about cost and doing all this, but I think the argument that's made, and with the new construction of the school and the fact that, that road now is being used much more actively. So I do like what Patrick said, 'cause I was thinking the same thing. We do it on West Street with Armstrong School at certain points of the day for drop-off and pickup. They go, you can't enter, it becomes one way. I think we should look at that as a board. That's a separate process, I believe. But Chris, thank you for your comments right there. I do think they're kind of related but exclusive. So I actually am in support of this. I think it makes sense. I think doing it on one side makes sense. We can figure that out. But it is directly connected to the school. When I look at what we do at Mill Pond and others, this one makes sense. And I think we may get others, but I can make an argument even for Westminster Way and some of the other ones that is exactly what you said. Those aren't directly abutting the school. They're not being used as, with the new traffic pattern for the school. This one, to me, makes sense for the safety of the kids, and then the safety of the adults driving. The worst thing they could do is, unfortunately, hit one of the children. So, no questions, but I just want to say that I'm supportive of moving this forward.
Thank you. Sean?
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement. I think looking at the picture of where Fales exits, sort of the change from 3 years ago, you do really have, it makes a lot more sense for the kids to actually cross over if you're heading down towards like Wayside or something, to cut through that neighborhood. Now it's actually quicker, and so I imagine it has seen a lot more foot traffic from kids, and then the sharp parents are probably parking right there at the end of the street and hopping their kids out so they don't have to deal with the parking lot and all that. So, it does make sense. I probably actually maybe try and offer another street that could be removed from the plan, but you're probably, you're going to get a lot of pushback there, I imagine. That's a tough egg to crack. But, yeah, I would agree. I would be in favor of this I don't think we would find another case as worthy as this one. I think so.
Fingers crossed.
Yes. So.
Shelby?
So thank you, Janet, for bringing this forward. As folks may or may not know, I also serve on the school building committee, so I'm very aware of the questions and concerns, the removal of the blinking crosswalk, et cetera, and the need to replace that, which is all, I think, necessary. One thing I think we have to keep in mind is that the Fales school and the renovation is not complete, so I think we need to see that through. I'd like to pump the brakes on this decision before we actually get through a full winter with parking that is in place at the new Fales school and the cycling of parent traffic not on for pickup and drop off, not necessarily fully on Eli Whitney Street. So that would be one caution that I would have to moving too quickly with this. I'm a big proponent of it's New England and it's a shovel or it's a snow blower, and people have to take responsibility for clearing their sidewalks. And, if you can't do it and or if you have a neighbor that can't do it, that you go a little extra mile and you shovel it, and it's not necessarily the town's responsibility to clear that. I realize this is very close to a school, so to Sean and Ian's point, I think it's worth taking a look at, but I'm not ready to commit to that change. I think the traffic routing is an interesting one, and could that help? It is, to Chris's point, very separate from, snow and where it falls and all of that, but I'm not there on adding, because I think, if we were to do that, I'd be going back to Chris to say, okay, Chris, if we're gonna do this, we need to look at the whole policy, and at what point does it make sense to do that? So that's sort of a rhetorical question at this point. Do we look at that in 2022, 23? At what point do we look at our sidewalk plowing policy? And then what's the cost impact to that? If we're gonna add this, there are gonna be other requests, and does that mean new equipment? So that to me becomes a much bigger discussion than, with all due respect, the one street, which I certainly understand. And I do recognize that there's probably a lot of foot traffic coming not only from that one street, but to, others that are contiguous to it. So.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
So one of the issues, I understand what you're saying, like, strap on your boots, get a shovel and shovel, but it's not reality. And especially dangerous is the corner of Breen and Eli Whitney. So that is someone's home, but that's also where all the snow gets plowed. So you're talking about a homeowner having to shovel through the it's like.
Well, so to your point, I think that's, we have had situations like that in town where we've had to, I know DPW after a storm has had to go out and clear particular areas where line of sight was dangerous. So I do think that is different than a whole plowing of the street. But so I think that needs to be, Chris, you're here, you're hearing that. Absolutely, that portion, particularly given line of sight with the hill on Eli Whitney, needs to be.
Yeah, and it's the crosswalk. It's
Yep.
like the cross.
No, fully understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, just to go back to, like, it should be revisited, we have neighbors on our street that have been here forever, and they did say at one point Valley Brook was part of they used to get plowed, so I'm not sure if you can go back and see, or if it was just like we trimmed down because of cost or whatever, but I know at some point we qualified, and I think we qualify more now, but my opinion.
Okay, thank you. I'm generally inclined to support things that are around public safety, but as Shelby pointed out, we're in a situation right now where the Fales construction isn't complete. When it is, there are 2 turnarounds for cars and buses, as well as increased parking off. If we started clearing the snow off the sidewalks on these streets now, I would expect that some parents would never go to Eli Whitney. They would simply stop. We look at what happens with Armstrong and Gibbons students on West Street and the cross streets, where parents will park and double park and tell the kids, from Gibbons cut through the Armstrong playground and come out and meet us there. There's a way. So before we do something that creates that as a norm, I think it's important to see how things settle out as the construction finishes and the project's complete. And maybe that's not waiting an entire winter to reassess. We could look at, once the project's complete, the first couple storms and reassess. But to the other points here, I think it'd also be good, even though it's related, not causation, but correlation with, traffic flow. I think it'd be interesting to get the view of the Active Transportation Safety Committee with respect to, as the school projects complete, the anticipated traffic flow, looking at, yep, there was a study, that's how it was thought to be, how is it playing out? And given that, is there a recommendation from them related to the sidewalks and or, making Breen and Valley Brook one way? So those are sort of my thoughts on this. Any other questions? Okay. If there's someone who wants to make a motion, I'll entertain a motion.
Just a comment. I'd be willing to Member Marshall's comments to wait to see the to kind of postpone this till the construction's done. I'm assuming that construction's done this summer. I don't know that we wait till a snowstorm. I think that way it's almost somewhat too late. Chris has to plan for that ahead of time. But if we wait for that and put this on our agenda to address early in the fall, maybe, I'd be okay with that. I still am supportive of it. I think it makes sense. And again, when I look at, and maybe it is something we have to look at, so I look at some of the other ones we're doing, and it raises some questions in my mind, but it's tough stuff. I do think, as Board Member Keough said, I think this one does make a lot of sense to me from a safety perspective. Others that we talked about are not as active streets, and they go out to a street with a sidewalk to get to the schools. This one doesn't have an outlet either way. It's either Ruggles Street with no sidewalk there, or it's up here to the crosswalk, so.
Can I?
I-
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done, I'm sorry.
Oh, you
No,
went
no,
up.
go ahead.
And I agree with some of the points that were made after mine, especially, with the original school still there, it's sort of hard to tell exactly what this will be in the future. And so I want to thank you for coming forward and making a very strong case. And I think it does make sense maybe to defer it briefly until we get to the final sort of situation. Joey, thank you very much for that point. So I'm willing to sort of defer.
Right.
If folks are okay with that.
Well, I'd look to our town manager to put it on kind of our list that it comes back, so we don't forget about it, and I'm sure you won't let us forget about it either, but,
So when you defer something to so what's like our metrics for it's safe or not safe? Like,
I think part of it is just let's see what is happening with where the hole in the ground now, where the old school was, and that parking lot and parking area is built. Let's just, come back, look at the traffic pattern going through there when that's complete. So I would say, for me, it's probably sometime right towards the beginning of school, so it's like September, that we would bring this back, so.
Either second meeting in September or first meeting in October, so.
Yeah, so I'm interested in that. I think that's great. Chris, I know you're trying to get out to another meeting. I do think, I would like to get some feedback at some point, not right now, Chris, because I don't want to put you in the spot, but for, at what point do we look at that policy? I mean, so I like to kind of look at things holistically, because I feel like this, while I certainly understand the proximity and the merits and what we've discussed, and, you might be able to get me there, although I do think it's reality, people should shovel, and I won't back down off of that. I do think we want to make sure that we're not missing other opportunities, because it will create well, we just did it for this, and then we will get other requests, and if we don't look at it sort of as, strategically, then I think we're not doing our community as a whole service, that's all.
Well, we can set that expectation for the second meeting in September, the first meeting in October.
Sure.
Cover both.
can I just ask
Yeah.
again though, like what is the metrics for like this is safe or not safe? If we're gonna put this off, then like 50 car, like how do you determine? If you're gonna wait and see what the new traffic flow is, what does that look like, that study?
So I would expect that we would ask the traffic officer and the police department, typically when we have traffic issues, any type of traffic issue anywhere, the chief will station that officer to observe, to see sort of, what's happening in terms of, and here he would look at, the flow of the traffic as well as where people are parking and, people are crossing. And so I think feedback from that officer would be very helpful to the board.
And I think we have those strips that go over the road that can
Yes.
record, because what's kind of interesting to me is the number of cars
Yeah.
morning and night going through those roads. I think that is indicative.
And the
Um,
direction.
Yeah, and the direction, but I think it's,
Do a before and after count.
yeah. I think that would be something that we could put out there with the, I think it's it's part of the traffic monitoring anyway. But those are the things I think would be helpful. I absolutely believe what you're saying is that they're using it, I've seen it.
Sure.
And, but let's see if there's get the whole thing completed, see what it looks like, but I
Sure.
think we can
Yeah.
do that and take it up before the snow flies next fall.
Patrick?
Yeah, I'll just say that I am supportive of this. I think it's important, to me, I look at it, it's a couple hundred yards of sidewalk.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of
It's very
sidewalk. I think it's going to be interesting to see what the rest of the board has talked about in regards to the parking on Fails. I don't know really how much that really truly impacts kids walking up Valley Brook, right? I mean, yes, cars park there, come in and out of there, but kids are still needing to walk to school on a cleared path. So I'm not sure how much value we're going to get that other than some data. I certainly am interested in what the police officer will tell us if they do observe, but I am supportive of this, and I think it is a unique situation. Just doing a quick look through some of those zoomed in areas that we do today around schools, I think it is a unique situation. So we'll see, I guess, how plan pans out here later in the year. So, but thank you again for bringing this forward.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for listening.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is a review and recommendations on community development department fees. I'm going to, so our Director of Community Development is here, but Christy, if you want to make the intro.
Yes, so as the board is aware, we've been talking about looking at fees. And so, you know, as we've sort of looked into that, we've looked at the authority that each department needs to come before in order to move these fees forward. And so that's really created a whole project in and of itself, because some fees are set by MGL and some are set by bylaw, and some require setting by one board and approval by another, and then some in Mass General Law can't exceed a certain amount. So it really is a comprehensive project, and it's a good project because then we'll know going forward and we'll create a document. So Fred is here because his fees are very clear, and our bylaw, the select board has the authority to set fees around building permits. So we're starting with Fred, and then as I mentioned in the agenda form, the Conservation Commission with different authorities will be at your next meeting to talk about their fees.
So, Christy, before Fred gets started, maybe I misunderstood. So these fees is there an implication or an overlay of Mass General Law to anything we're going to see tonight?
No.
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 Okay.
It's just set by you under the bylaw.
The bylaw, but the bylaw doesn't dictate it, but the setting of the fee is, determines who sets it.
The bylaw says that the select board
Bylaw
sets
says the
it.
select board sets it, yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So
Yeah.
we have the authority to make a decision.
Yeah,
Right.
good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you
Sorry.
for the clarification.
Well, Chairman, thank you for having me tonight, albeit it's interesting to be the guinea pig. We'll see how this goes.
If you can speak
Yeah,
into the
Fred,
microphones.
just pull those-
Oh, sorry.
Pull them up.
Yes, so you've gotten in your package that we use the dashboard communities to kind of come up with the data.
Yeah.
So I try to make that a little bit easier to present tonight, and that's what you'll be looking at as we go through. So I started with the commercial permits. What you see on the top row is what our current rate is for each of those permits: new construction, remodeling, re-inspection, and minimum fees, and then what I'm proposing. It's pretty straightforward. I'm not sure what I can explain to you, but certainly if you have questions as we go through the slides, I'll be more than happy to answer them. So the recommendation basically for most of these, and I'll tell you there's a few that are squishy, and I'll tell you those when we get to those, but this was pretty straightforward. The average was slightly under it was slightly over $10 per thousand, but slightly under 11, so I rounded it up to 11, and that's kind of how these came out. So you can see that that's supported through the data on the dashboard community that we went through. So that one's pretty straightforward. If we go to the next one, we have commercial building permits, more or less in line with the commercial, the residential, slightly higher in the remodel, and the minimum fees were normally higher anyway, so there's a slight increase there.
Do you want to hold questions to the end, Alan? What do you want to
You
do?
can
If
do
you
them
have
as
questions
go.
as you go along,
Yeah.
please.
Sure.
let me know.
So not being in your space and expertise here, I would think that given code requirements of commercial buildings, that it would be more, there are just more complexities. There may be more inspections. So when I saw this, I was surprised to see the parity between commercial and residential. I would have thought it would have bumped up a little bit more on the commercial side.
Yes, but keeping in mind too, that the fee has to be, you basically have to make it justifiable. So when we're talking some of the bigger projects in the commercial, we're collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars in permit fees.
Mm-hmm.
So albeit we do have a tremendous amount of time in inspectional services.
Right.
There's kind of a trade-off on that. It just, those kind of came out to the averages. Certainly, we could take recommendations from the board. If we want to bump them slightly more, we can certainly do that.
Sure, but to your point, using our data dashboard as a reference, that's also driving these numbers.
More or less,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
On these, they certainly were. They were in the realm of the averages for the data dashboard.
Yep.
I will say, and I'll go through one more slide of this, and I'll tell you what it would equate to in fees in total. So the miscellaneous building permits are just ones that don't categorize it as either the solid fuels or like pellet stoves, wood stoves, which is, you know, those rates are probably low. That probably could even bump up, but again, that was based on the averages from all the towns as they reported. The signs didn't really, you get ahead of me.
Sorry, I got excited.
My helper over there, she went a little crazy. The signs, there really wasn't any average in there. That was all kind of all over the map, so that was just something I proposed. The minor repairs, which we get quite a few of, demolition and annual inspections. Annual inspections, again, were kind of over the map. There was no really, we were kind of in the right there for those. So looking at last year's permits, roughly it'd be about $150,000 increase. If we took last year's permits and equated them to these new fees, that's about the additional fees we would have collected based on last year's permits for all commercial building permits, if any of that makes any sense.
So you said 150,000 additional if we had been charging these new rates you're proposing last year?
Yes, and keeping in mind, we've had some fairly big commercial projects. If I anticipate that we'll have those for the next year or so, as you've heard the proposals.
Sure.
Those fees won't go away for the next year or so. After that, we may tailor off, but a lot of our building permits are predicated on the commercial projects.
And I think it's important to think about, as we're looking to the difference between residential and commercial, it is a rate. And so because a residential remodel is obviously going to be a lot less expensive, you are capturing that increased work on a commercial building because their projects are so much more money.
Sure.
So I'm sorry if I didn't hear it, but what is driving the need to change?
Well, I just think as a town, we're looking at fees in general.
Yeah.
So one of the things we always look for in building, electrical, plumbing, is to see if we're competitive fees, that we're not charging exorbitant fees above our dashboards or below. And that's basically what was driving this.
Well, also the board set a goal for me to review all of our rates and bring forward recommendations.
So this data is driven from surrounding communities, what they're charging. I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a vicious cycle, you know.
Sure.
We raise, then the next community raises, and then we come back 5 years later and we raise again.
But-
I'm just curious, I mean, is there I get the idea here. I'll just say that I am not in favor of any residential increases, especially when I look at residential increases as significant as you look at the electrical permits, where you're talking about a 25% increase on it, you know, and plus an amperage charge. And I guess my question on that one is, are we talking about an entire panel, a 200 amp panel? You put in a 200 amp panel, you're gonna get 60 cents per amp, or is it per circuit that's put in and the
No,
rating of that
the
circuit?
overall amperage of the house.
Yeah, so I mean, it can be a fair amount of money here, and that's a significant increase of 25% on that permit. Again, I would not support anything, an increase on any of the residential changes. I think the commercial and industrial makes sense, and I say this in light of the fact that, you know, we had our tax classification hearing last year, and we're in a situation with our budget. This is just another increase to the residential community. It's another tax. So I want to.
It's not a tax.
Well, it's a fee. It's a fee,
It's a fee.
right?
Yeah, if I may address that specific, and I look at it that way too, it's a user tax or a user.
Yeah.
Sure, exactly.
Right.
It's a user.
And this initiative started actually with a desire to look at fees as non-tax revenue,
Right.
in a broader effort to be creative on what revenue can the town raise that wasn't going to land on the tax levy. And so that's, several years ago was the initiation of, you know,
Yeah.
of this effort, was
So-
to look for ways. And so really the intent here isn't to say how much can we get. It's to say, are we average among our dashboard communities?
why not be better than average by being below? in my
So,
opinion?
so I would just, so
Maybe
these
build more
are,
residential houses.
Well, the incentive is that you're actually incentivizing people to renovate their houses and improve their houses. Having been a person who's pulled many permits over the years and done many construction work jobs throughout the years, it absolutely is an incentive to, when you're doing these jobs, to, you know, the permits can be overbearing, especially when we're talking about the residential side of things. Just my thoughts, having done it myself.
the fees are intended to be sort of a cost recovery for the community. And so as people's, I mean, you could argue that as individual position salaries increase, the cost of them going out and doing the inspection work and the fees that you're recouping are actually going up. I can't remember reviewing I don't know if Ian remembers reviewing fees in the last decade. I mean, I think that
Probably been over a decade we did it.
yeah, so I think, you know, so this was an opportunity to look at an alternative revenue source where you're increasing a fee for a user of a service in lieu of taxing the entire community for services,
Right.
for those services that they may not be benefiting from.
Yeah, so I'll just mention, you know, just again, personal experience of my background on pulling permits. I look at the site plan permits, minor site plan review, $1,000 plus 5 cents per square foot. I still remember this day over the last 25 years or so, going into Don Moquin's office, who was the former building inspector, bringing my hand-drawn drawings in from my Mr. Manick's drafting class back in the day, and having him do my site plan review of it. $0, no expense. $1,000 plus 5 cents per square foot on a house of 2,000 square feet is a tremendous amount of money, and increasing that to $2,500 plus 6 cents per square foot that's a lot of money.
That's not for residential.
That's, site plan is commercial.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that this was, okay,
Yeah.
it just says site plans, I didn't see it under commercial or residential.
Residential site.
Okay, I just want to
If you
make
wanna
sure,
jump
good,
to
that's
that
good to hear, thank you.
A
Thank you.
lot of order, but the
I
site.
was going to
plan
say, I
is-
haven't pulled a permit in a few
So-
years, so I was a little surprised by that.
Yeah.
Well, so let me put that in context. And there was no, the site plans, that was one of those squishy ones. There was no true average on that when you look at the dashboards. They're all over the map. If you look at what I was proposing on this, the 1 cent increase per square foot on 100,000 square foot buildings, that's $1,000. So the site plan would increase by $1,000. For 54 Otis Street, in other words, that would have cost them another $1,000 to go through the site plan process. That's a comparative. If you look at the minor, which is 20,000 square foot building or less, that would be a $200 increase to a commercial project. Just to put it in perspective to what we're talking about numbers there.
If you can go back one slide.
Sure, we kind of skipped a couple of,
So we're not talking about changing permit fees for residential plumbing
or commercial.
or gas or commercial.
Right,
So-
and mostly because I think we're actually on the top end of that. And again, those were another one that was hard to compare to the other towns. But if anything, excuse me, if anything, we were on the higher end of those, so that's why we proposed no changes for those, both commercial and residential, sorry. So yes, the sheet metal was one that we proposed a minor increase. Again, comparing to last year's, that would have been approximately like a $3,000 increase in permit intake, if you will, permit fees, based on last year's permits.
Okay, thank you.
Site plan, we kind of jumped on that one, so. This is strictly commercial, we don't do residential site plan reviews. Subdivisions, residential subdivisions come through as subdivisions, and I'm not sure how Jim charges on that, to be honest with you.
Being that site plan's now under the planning board, I actually don't think this board has the authority to change those. The planning board would now.
Okay.
The exception is if one were to come back to this board. There's gonna be a very odd situation, but if you were the SPGA for a particular project, you would be the site plan reviewing board.
Okay.
I'm not sure, which is an interesting question too, because it could go to ZBA, and I'm not sure who would, I'm suggesting that you set the ZBA fees here, so.
Yeah, so ZBA, because it's appointed by the select board, they can they can approve that fee.
So there are two situations where this could be increased. It would be through, if the ZBA was the site plan reviewer or if this board was. And I can certainly suggest that Jim take this to the planning board or do something
Maybe what we do
similar.
is vote under what's under our authority and then,
Yeah,
ask
and
that
then
it goes.
if the planning board, when they review their fees, are looking at something different, we'll just bring it back to make sure they're consistent.
It would make some sense to have continuity with the planning board. because,
Oh, yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'll leave that at that. And electrical, I will say that the electrical, to Patrick's point, that was very squishy. So the other towns are way over the map, so these are just proposed increases. For lack of a better way of presenting that. Certainly those could be left as they are now. And then last but not least is the ZBA. The ZBA has always been, basically in application to the zoning board of appeals is $50. It doesn't really matter what it's for, but $50 doesn't cover basically anything as far as man or person hours. if you
No,
will.
I mean, even the administrative time of,
Right.
I mean, the
Absolutely.
work that goes into those, I mean, on all parties, right? The appealer and the
Right.
ZBA, yeah, absolutely.
Right, we do charge for the mailers, but, that $50, I mean, that's
Yeah.
probably been a time immemorial. So the $200 was reasonable across some of the other communities we had.
Yeah.
And the, one I did miss, if I go back one slide maybe, I apologize. My apologies. After hours is actually very interesting. There's only one town that and I happen to come from that community, that actually had a set rate for this. It doesn't happen very often, but occasionally, especially on the commercial end, we'll have a Saturday or Sunday request for an inspection. And right now, we're just eating those fees. We don't actually charge the contractor any kind of charge for an off hour. If it's during the normal business week, we wouldn't. But this is really designed for if they had to come in at night or weekend. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen, where the electrical inspectors requested to do a Saturday or Sunday inspection. And we're just eating that fee.
So we might, as a suggestion, we might tighten that definition up, so that it's weekends or it's.
Right, it would be off normal.
Whatever.
I think after hours is right.
All hours.
Because if they ask you to come in at 9 o'clock at night,
Yeah,
I charge for it.
Yeah, no, I know, if the inspector's day is running long and.
We wouldn't obviously charge in that situation.
So Patrick, I just want to respond to your comments, and I appreciate what you're saying. But I think that we have seen through this budget process and, through insurance increases and contract negotiations, right, that no one's asking for less, right? And as Alan had mentioned, Christie had mentioned, looking at fees has been a long-term goal of this board, kind of tabled it for a while because of COVID, and but I do think that we have equal responsibility back to the community to say, how can we be creative and bring in some revenue that will offset? I mean, this is not going to turn, although the 150 is not a small, 150,000 is not a small number, but I thank you, Fred and Christie, and anyone else involved in this for bringing this forward, because I do think we need to make some changes. I think we're doing it responsibly by looking at the data dashboard. And I would suggest, I don't know that I'm ready to vote on this tonight, because I'd like to maybe think about this if we're not under a crunch to vote on it. But I think we're headed in the right direction. Simply because costs are going up everywhere, and it is the reality, whether you're a resident or a commercial builder. And I don't think,
I
it,
agree with you. If we could get these slides too, because what we had in our package was a little bit confusing to me. So now this actually is much clearer, so I'd like to have that just to review it.
Sure.
That would be helpful. Yeah, and just, I want to be clear here. I'm not opposed to the process that we're going through. I think this is an important process that we do go through on a regular basis. So no no hit on you, Fred. I mean, this is great work, and I appreciate you bringing this forward and doing the research and sharing this with us. And I would agree with Shelby, I'm not entirely ready to vote on this right now. I did have one additional question, if we can go back to the residential building permit slide. Actually, maybe a couple little questions here. And maybe I was just thinking too fast and didn't hear what you were saying, but when I look at the remodel, just using remodel column as an example, we're going from 10/1000 to 11 to 1000. Is the 1000 the max that can be, is that what that indicates, is the
No,
max?
per thousand, right?
Of the-
Per
of
thousand,
the
okay,
project.
$11
Right, I'm sorry,
per
yes.
thousand.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
so with new construction, we actually do, I have an Excel program that we use based on the code. International code gives us a price comparison, so we do that for new construction. We don't do it for remodels, and we don't usually do it for average size additions per se. So we take the contractor and homeowner at their word for what they're telling us the remodel is. Generally, we don't generally question that.
And that helped answer my other question, so I'm good on this.
Yeah,
And
the
what-
only thing I would ask, I'm sorry, when the board does vote on this, that it has to be very specific, because these are my fees. You'd have to vote on, like each one.
Sure.
Or however you do that, so I'd have to know how we can charge going forward. And if you take no action, I would just maintain the fees as is.
But if we take all your recommendations, just say we vote all of them, then you'd have the new ones.
Yeah, you can change even individual ones, I just have to know what the change
Sure.
is.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
So I can implement it. I assume you know that, but I want to
Patrick,
be
We would
clear.
know.
Shelby?
Yeah, you didn't say this before, but I thought you were going down that path, so I want to be clear too. What we don't want to do are create fees that deter people from getting permits. This is a hot button for me.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And I think people should, just like they should shovel their sidewalks, they should do the right thing and get permits. And if they have questions about whether or not they should get a permit, we have staff that stands ready to answer those questions.
Yeah, I just don't want to overburden.
No, fully understand that. At the same time, I have high expectations of Fred and his department to hire highly qualified staff and to go out and do those inspections and be helpful to both commercial and residential owners to, when they're in those projects, to work in, I'm going to use the word partnership loosely, but if you do this, and I have personal experience in that, both on the commercial and residential side, but that comes with a cost for those professional services. So, anyway, I know you know that, I'm sort of making
Yeah, and we
this
as a town
statement.
pay for those positions to do that job.
Yep.
And that's why part of why I asked the question is what's driving this?
Sure.
Are we having a shortfall of some sort that is resulting in us
No.
needing to increase? And
No.
No, we don't.
just
So,
wanna be
There's,
clear.
there's
Yeah.
not,
Right.
there's not a shortfall, but there's also,
There's a shortfall in revenue to lower our taxes.
but that,
exactly.
that,
So, that's why I was wondering if there was some other reason
Right.
that I was
There
unaware
are.
of. And, no, I get it. Things go up in price. I mean, things are about to go up a lot more in price here soon, I think.
Yep.
But I just want to be as sensitive to the residential community as possible, considering that we're now at, I don't know, it's greater than a 70-30 split right now with commercial and residential. And this to me is another, while it may not be technically a tax, it is definitely a fee that the residential community will have to bear if they choose to improve their home,
yes.
right? And we want people, especially in this day and age, to improve their homes.
Sure.
And to that I would respond, it's a fee that applies to a resident or a business that wants to build or improve their property to cover the cost of the permitting and the inspectional services so that they can do that appropriately and safely, as opposed to having the cost of those services to those who are improving their property borne over the entire town.
So that leads me to think that there is a shortfall. When you're saying that it's covering the cost, if we wiped out all fees, and I'm not proposing this, but if we wiped out all fees, would we not be able to pay the employees in our building department?
Oh, we'd pay by taxes.
You would, but the taxes would go up.
Yeah.
Because,
Taxes would
because,
go up.
because the
Right.
money
Yeah.
that we get from fees
So
and
this is-
permits is a revenue source
Right.
that decreases what we have to levy on the taxes.
Exactly.
So there's no shortfall. Alan's point is that people who are using the service are paying the fee, just like water and sewer. People who are using the service are paying the fee.
Right.
you
If we
have a
got rid
well-
of the enterprise accounts and that we put that on the taxes, then people who weren't using water and sewer would
I
have to.
get it. I'm just trying to
Right.
minimize that residential burden as much as possible.
Yep, fair point.
So thank you, it was a
Understood.
good conversation.
So we'll continue this
Can we
discussion
put on the next agenda then?
to
Yeah.
the next agenda.
Yeah,
I think I'll be ready.
Yeah.
In person, I just,
Okay.
Yeah, and certainly let me know if anybody has any
Yeah.
individual questions I can try to answer as you look at these things. I know it's a lot to digest in one hearing.
Okay.
I don't
Thank you.
I don't know what some of the things mean, so I might call
Can
you.
can we get the data
I don't want
dash,
your job.
can we get the data dashboard file like in an Excel? It just was hard to read it in our packet,
Yes.
just
Yeah,
for
I
sorting and,
forwarded that in
Yeah, I
Excel.
have it.
okay, yeah.
I didn't put it in Excel because we always put everything in PDF, but I'm
No,
happy to share.
Yeah, if you can just share, just so it would just, the viewing would be great,
Pivot
thanks.
on it and stuff,
Yeah. I know how
Thank you very much.
you like those pivot
Have a good
tables.
evening.
Thanks very much, Fred,
Appreciate
appreciate it.
Thanks, Fred.
Effort and the information. Okay, so the next item on the agenda was to be an update to some job descriptions in the Recreation Department. Those are not ready for us to review and
Okay.
approve at today's meeting, so it will be on a future agenda. So we'll be passing over item 8, moving on to item 9, which is our fiscal '23 budget and annual town meeting warrant. We have a couple of articles on the warrant, particularly, we'll start with Articles 37 and 38, which are citizens petitions related to plastic bag and plastic reduction. And the proponent
They are here.
is here, excellent, so we'll invite him up in just a moment to present those to us. And then we also still need to, if we want to have a vote of support or not on the CPA article and Indigenous Peoples' Day. And Patrick, you had questions about one of the zoning articles that you wanted to readdress or reconsider?
I have some additional
Or
information.
you have some additional information, so,
Oh, I think I've got my questions answered.
Okay.
Per our last meeting, I reached out to Justin Lundberg and talked to him, and I think,
okay, so there's no, so
I
you have
think,
additional information
yeah, that I would want to
that we'll share, and then we can
Yeah.
decide if we need to reconsider.
Okay.
Great.
Excellent, and then we've got an item in the operating budget to reconsider and vote on as well. So at this point, I'd like to invite the proponents. Nathan, do I have your name right? Askew? Yes. Askew, yes, please come forward. Please speak into the microphone so that we can hear you and the people watching at home on Westborough TV, your name and address, and you have the floor.
Nathan Askew, 55 Fisher Street.
I think she's switching it from here to the podium.
So thank you for seeing me tonight. I proposed Article 38 and 37 to set the background for plastics today. How much plastic exists in the world today? 8.3 billion tons exists in the world today. We've been producing it since 1950. This is actually the production graph for how much is produced each year from 1950 to this is only actually 2015. What percentage of plastics were recycled in 2018? 8.7% of plastics, leaving 91.3% of all plastics produced since 1950 having not been recycled, with a breakdown period of 400 years to biodegrade. Can I recycle the black plastic takeout containers? You can try, but they actually still end up in the waste waste stream ending up in the incinerator. 12% of all plastics that have ever been produced have been incinerated, and these would be examples that you can see commonly used in Westborough. This is a 2018 study of our DEP gave us of Westborough's waste stream. You can see we have large percentages of stuff that could actually be in other waste streams, plastic being the major component here. Given we spend about 5,200 tons annually to this waste stream, that's about, there's a line item for 600,000 for our waste from the Board of Health. You can see the amount of money that we're spending here. Given our waste stream, we pay $112 a ton. 69 of that goes to the wheelabrator contract that we have. The other 42 is charged to us by Harvey's. That's compared to the organic waste stream that just opened at Harvey's, which is only $80 a ton. So you can see that given both organic material and paper could end up in that waste stream. There are large savings there too, but that's part of the proponent for Article 38, which I'll get to. So Article 37, some of you may recognize, this is Bylaw 33. I believe it was enacted in 2017, but don't quote me on that. This is how it is written now. I would like to read Section 1 because I think it's pertinent. This bylaw shall be known as the Plastic Bag Reduction Bylaw. Section 1, proponent and intent. The production and use of thin plastic, single-use plastic checkout bags have significant impacts on the environment, including but not limited to contributing to the potential death of aquatic and land animals through ingestion and entanglement, contributing to pollution of natural environment, creating a burn to the solid waste collection system and recycling facilities, clogging storm drainage systems, and requiring the use of millions of barrels of crude oil nationally for their manufacture. The purpose of this bylaw is to protect the town's unique natural beauty and its water and natural resources by eliminating single-use checkout bags that are distributed in the town of Westborough and to promote the use of reusable bags. If I continue on to the rest of it, Section 2 gives us our definitions. This is where the majority of the change happens. You can see the reusable checkout bag has a slash through. That's what existed there before, that no longer does. It reads, the beginning of the bylaw reads, means a bag with handles that is specifically designed and manufactured for multiple reuse and is either, here's where the strikeout begins, polyester, propylene, cotton, or other durable material or durable plastic that is at least 4 mils in thickness. That's why if you talk to anyone about Target and why did the bags get thicker, it's because they started to use these bags instead, because they would qualify in Section 3 in the use regulations, where if letter B, if a grocery store or retail store provides or sells checkout bags to consumers, the bags must be one of the following. 1, recycled paper bags, or a reusable checkout bag, which is what that definition just was. The grocery or retail store may charge for said bags, which you can see we also striked out. The strikeout here would instead be either 100% post-consumer material, because we have 91% of plastics that have yet to be recycled, or biodegradable, which would qualify it for that organic waste stream. I define biodegradable based off the Oxford definition: biodegradable, toxin-free, and capable of being decomposed by bacteria or other living organisms. This is important because the organic waste stream, the common practice now is using anaerobic digestion. which is taking the organic waste, having bacteria break it down and produce methane, which is then captured, and they've been able to turn that into jet fuel. I think a very large shipping company has actually just signed on to start using biofuel, and this would be one of the ways that would be possible even. The regulation that was added, you can see in the italics, is D. It states all checkout bags offered at retail and grocery stores must have a charge of at least 10 cents. No checkout bags, whether reusable or paper, are allowed to be given out for free. This is based off of California and their policy. Really what they saw is as soon as there was any sort of charge to the bags, people started to bring their own, because the most sustainable bag that we have, the most sustainable bag is the bag that you already own. So incentivizing people to bring reusable bags is really something we should be promoting. This section 4 basically says that this would take effect in 6 months. I'm sure at least some of you know that this falls very much under the Board of Selectmen for jurisdiction and enforcement, as you can see in section 5. There's a penalty, I forget which, or Article 31 defines the penalty. I believe it's something like a scaling fee that starts to strike 3, I think, is $100 per offense. Article 38 is similar in targeting plastic reduction, but it goes after something slightly different. You can see in the intent and purpose, I did make some edits, striking out some bags and thin films to make it more broad to plastics in general have become an issue. In section 2, definitions, I took out restaurants from the definition of retail store. As you can see, it existed there before. And I added restaurant as an entity that prepares and sells food directly to consumers for immediate consumption as defined by the Food and Drugs Administration. I added a footnote at the back just to state that that was where it was from for everyone. Biodegradable was the same, toxin-free and capable of being decomposed by bacteria or other living organisms. You'll see we made some changes in the use regulation to make sure that in section B, restaurants would be included in the bag ban. So we have some additions or subtractions of restaurants to make it actually still cohesive. But you'll see we added regulation D, which if taken to town hall and 37 passed, we would make an amendment to make it amendment E instead, given we have a different use regulation on 37. This one states restaurants must use biodegradable material for dine-out services when such an alternative exists. Examples include, but are not limited to, takeout containers, utensils, sauce containers. As you can see, the rest of it is just some subtractions. Back to the, there is in section 4, it gives, upon finding by the Board of Selectmen or their designee that the requirement of the section would cause undue hardship, you can grant exceptions through the existing framework of this bylaw that we haven't changed. I also, if anyone is interested, reached out to a biodegradable container supplier, and they sent me a whole bunch of boxes with a whole bunch of examples that I could also bring forward.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up to the board for questions.
Can we see the examples?
Oh, yeah, bring the examples forward. But while those are coming forward, if
the different bags. But I have like, these are examples of sauce containers. I don't know if anyone knows, but if it's less than a credit card, in terms of size, even for recycling, it just ends up right in the trash because they can't process it, it falls through the cracks. So having biodegradable sauce containers is actually a really good option, because if you start to put it in the organic waste stream, one, you don't want to have to clean restaurant containers when they happen anyway, because then you're actually using water for something that doesn't even get recycled. You know it doesn't, it falls through the cracks. So having options like this that incentivize people to use the organic waste stream, I think is a no-brainer.
If you can talk into the microphones though, so we want the people
Yeah, sorry.
watching Westborough TV to be able to hear you as well.
Also, they sent me like a bunch of utensils. This is actually like half the bag. I can,
Sure.
if you guys want to.
I feel like we're in Shark Tank.
I'll pass on like the sauce.
Is that a muffin tray?
Empty. It's actually a company in like Leominster that makes this now.
I get a big bag because I commonly heard, well, what about like Dunkin' Donuts and they sent me all sorts of. This is I'll even. You can just.
There you go.
Yeah, got a
So-
couple more.
It is a muffin.
Nathan, would this actually be an example of this is good or bad?
So that actually will biodegrade and break
Wow.
down.
Good natured, interesting.
Did you know
They make those specifically because you would think of like
Yeah.
a Yummy Mummy that like, oh, what about the dessert? They have to be able
Sure.
to see it
Yep.
and it.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if everyone went to
I'm
the
hungry
recent opening of the Mexican restaurant up on Route 9 there.
Yep.
Tortillas. I noticed they had straws that were made out of
Yep.
agave.
Yes,
it
yeah,
was
they're different, yeah,
fascinating.
yep. Cool,
Yeah,
interesting.
there's definitely, so all of these things, because another question is, oh, are these competitive? And it really is, especially when you think about how much the town is paying to burn the plastic when we could be going for the lower waste stream. I think it was like a 6 cents difference on the biggest takeout container.
Is there, excuse me, is there do you know if there's like unique markings so that,
So not all of them are marked, but
because you remember the
yeah,
old
I
days, the
just got a big
triangle?
box from them. Yeah, so one, all the things are number 7 because so only number 1 and 2 plastics are actually recycled or ever really used. 3 and 4 are not really. 5, some TerraCycle people have kind of found some use to. 6 is really trash, and 7 is other, which plant just happens to fall into. And so you usually see like a number 7 PLA or compostable or whatever. So we would probably lean towards that, but it's really. I think it would come down to enforcement of if you were like, oh, is this actually biodegradable?
Yeah, I'm thinking about
It would be helpful if we saw it, or you
Right.
could verify it.
Yeah, my question was like, how does the consumer know? Like, hey, I'm going to a store, I want to buy a product.
Well,
that-
in Westborough, you would hope that it would be required and enforced and all good, but for the everyday consumer, it would really be looking at the made from plants or
Yeah.
compostable, biodegradable, a number 7 PLA.
Wait, nobody else took some?
Sean's got like a whole
He
stash.
wants- He's waiting for the food to come next.
Right, he is. So, can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
So,
Mm-hmm.
I am curious about the educational aspect of this, and if you've thought, as Zero Waste has thought about that element, both on the commercial side as well as the residential side.
So Not a ton, let's wait for them to pass first.
Sure.
But I think on a serious note, it would be a good education system. We're actually supposed to, our next step for moving forward a public curbside program that would hopefully include organic waste is actually next slated to come before you guys for your approval, because we've been looking for an interest form, because we found that Westborough residents are typically paying far more for their waste, curbside waste specifically, than other towns that we found examples for.
I would just say, obviously, I think that that's going to be important to, I think that some of these projects are pretty, they're really interesting. I don't presume that commercial entities, kind of know or understand, particularly the smaller organizations. If your Target, you might say, oh yeah, Target in California is doing this, so I just kind of find out where they're buying their bags from now. But some of the smaller restaurants, might need some assistance and education of where would I source new products. So that would be one comment. I think this is, it's interesting. I'm supportive of this change. I don't know that I'm there yet on the charging for bags. However, I do know that I went to a store the other day in Maine, and they said, oh, do you have a bag? And I said, no, I don't. I had 4 items. They were like, oh, well, that'll just be 10 cents. I was like, oh, no, I'll carry it out. Thanks very much. So my own argument of, I was like, no, I'm not going to pay 10 cents for that. So I understand it. I'm particularly sensitive to, honestly, our older residents who may not be there yet, and I don't mean to be stereotypical, but then they're going to be charged for, bags that, and with grocery prices going up the way they are. So I have some sensitivity there to that.
So the bags that you're getting at Target and whatnot, those thin plastic bags, those are supposed to be reusable plastic bags. That's why they're thicker. That's why they say 125 uses on them.
Yep.
So I think that there's no shortage of bag that is reusable. It's getting people to actually take and reuse it.
Sure.
So by adding a price to that, you're just, it's something that hopefully reminds people that the most sustainable bag that you have is the one that you have.
Yeah, great point. That's an interesting tagline.
But I guess I would add to that is when this bylaw first passed, it was actually an effort by the town where the town purchased reusable bags, cloth ones, and gave them, and local merchants could get them and hand them out.
Yep.
Under your modification, that couldn't be done. Because the merchant couldn't, for example, a grocery store couldn't say, we're going to do a promotion and say, hey, if you're if you have our swipe card, then when you come in, we're going to give you 3 1 or 2 or 3 reusable canvas or cloth biodegradable bags that we would normally sell, for 99 cents or $2 or whatever. Because you're saying that bags they must charge a fee for them.
It does say all checkout bags.
All
and they're used
checkout
right,
bags.
yeah.
And
So,
I'm just-
a checkout bag is actually defined, means a carryout bag provided by the store to a carrier at the point of sale. So if you were doing a promotion or whatnot, I would imagine that wouldn't
Right.
fall under a point of sale checkout bag.
You do it somewhere else in the store.
Okay, I guess that would need to be clarified because
Fair point.
most of my reusable bags were purchased at checkout. It's like I walk in with 5 and I have
But
have
you
a full
purchased
cart
them.
and right,
For at
but
least 10
right.
cents.
So I've got bags that I probably use now for 4 years.
Mhm.
I went in, I had 5 of them, I had a lot of groceries, I needed a 6th. At the checkout, I pull one off and pay 99 cents for the 6th.
Okay.
If the store said, hey, this bylaw's coming in, we want people to get the reusable bags, they couldn't say, you've got our membership card, you get 3 of those for free
At checkout.
at checkout.
You could
I'm just,
I wonder if you could potentially give them out at the door, because that second sentence says, checkout bags shall not include bags
Right.
in which are carried to or
Okay.
delivered to.
okay, yeah, I'm just,
No, but it's a good point.
It does
I just
create
want
a-
to make
it's
sure
a-
that
it's-
if a business
Wants
says,
to do the right thing,
know,
but.
you know,
And,
if
and
a
it would
business,
also be up to you guys to enforce it.
Right,
So,
right, but-
so if you were like, oh, that promotion seems like they did it at the door, like,
okay,
it's up to your process or your designee.
okay. And you would see cotton and canvas bags as biodegradable?
So, so there are biodegradable, bags like, hemp, cotton, obviously hemp and bamboo are the more sustainable option because cotton, as we know, which is actually why it's stricken from this, is actually not really a super sustainable option because it takes so much resource to actually make the cotton bag that for its actual purpose, it's not giving back. And so we actually struck that, but under the biodegradable, which would be a paper or, again, hopefully one of the more sustainable options, those would all be allowed. Or, again, the 100% post-consumer material, which is, again, the plastic that exists and needs to be used.
Okay. Two other hopefully quick questions, and then others who have questions. So, in your modifications for Article 38, you're striking the reference to bags and referring to single-use plastics. I guess that's a little, I admire the goal, but all of the rules, the use regulations relate to bags. And my concern about saying eliminating single-use plastics is that there are other uses of single-use plastics other than bags, which
Which
aren't
Which there
covered.
would be if this were to pass in the first place.
Okay, so the protective seal on over-the-counter medications is a single-use plastic. It's not in the use regulations
In
because,
C.
okay, again, C is still talking about thin film plastic bags.
Yes, a thin film plastic bag is as defined,
Okay.
less than 4 mils is the,
Right, but what I'm talking about isn't, the purpose and intent section is referring to all single-use plastics. The use regulations is still about bags only. And I think, I'm concerned that there might be some confusion there because when you buy a bottle of aspirin, there is a thin plastic seal for safety that you take off. And
okay,
it's not a bag, but it's a thin plastic. And the purpose and intent is to show that the bottle hasn't been tampered with. And I'm not saying we don't want to get there and there aren't other alternatives, but it's the actual medicine bottle, the plastic on the medicine bottle I'm talking about. Single-use plastic is the quart container that motor oil comes in. And so the purpose intent by striking bags out of it conflicts with the use regulations, which is specifically still about bags. And I'm not saying we don't want to get there eventually, right?
Just the way it's
I'm
written.
supportive of that, but I see there's a little bit of a discrepancy.
so we're changing the definition for what a reusable checkout bag is.
I-
So we wouldn't be talking or changing anything about any of the QA safety check, which again, ends up mostly in the trash
Right.
and then ends up incinerated, which probably is something we want to avoid. But this, Article 37 only changes the definition for what a reusable
But 38 on
checkout
38.
bag
Right,
is.
but in 38,
So,
you're suggesting we remove the reference to bags in the intent and purpose, in the introduction.
because, right, use regulation D, adding restaurants no longer targets a bag, but targets a plastic container for a plastic reduction.
But there could be, to your point, I mean, I see what you're saying. I mean, I understand both.
Yeah,
But the addition of the to make it broader to plastics and adding restaurants from a practical perspective, I understand, but there are a lot of other plastics that are single-use that could be, like, that could be,
They wouldn't be construed for enforcement until they're in the use regulations,
Right.
but they still can be construed as being covered by the bylaw.
Well, if you take a bag, grocery store, retail store, anything they sell that's single-use plastic is covered now under this bylaw and is.
Well, so maybe it needs to be maybe it's to be single-use bags and, restaurant. I'm not sure what the solution is, but and I don't have a solution wording, I just
we
think.
can't change.
So are
Or-
you
We
trying-
can't change the wording now, it would have to be amended, but maybe the suggestion is in the presentation on the floor of town meeting, that it's clear that you're striking bags because we're adding restaurant containers, utensils, and things of that nature, but the use regulations are not extending to every type of single-use plastic that we see. Because I worry that someone will look and say, well, we're gonna go back to tin cans for motor oil, and maybe we do someday, and that's not
Glass
necessarily a bad thing.
and,
Or no safety seals, on my Tylenol, right? I think it's just something that may be worth clarification when you present to town meeting.
Okay.
And then my final question, I noticed that there were some existing exemptions, in one of which are plastic bags for dry cleaning and laundry. And there are solutions right now where there are sustainable bags where you bring your dirty clothes in the bag and they get washed with your laundry, and then your laundry gets, they turn it inside out, I guess, and it becomes the hanging bag that your items go back in. I know it's not part of your initiative today, is that something that you're thinking about future?
That was something that I was actually thinking about. You almost had a third article before you that would have included in C, basically at the end, unless a biodegradable or reusable option exists, and I thought 2 was plenty.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Yeah.
And I apologize because I'm the scientific ignorant one here, so some of the questions I think might have been answered, but I think I heard it so cloth bags, we've pushed since this came in, a lot of people, including the town, have given out cloth bags, which I don't think would now be allowable under this. I guess the question is, we've kind of pushed consumers to this, I being one that use my cloth bag every single time, been using it for 5 years now or whatever since the bylaw, but under this bylaw, I have to, and everyone in town that has those has to stop using those.
No, you just would have to bring your own bag. If you already own it, you should bring it.
So this is more that stores going
This is
forward
what we're
cannot,
selling going forward, so you would have to start pulling from, because plastic is, the reason it's so commonly used for bags is because it's so cheap to produce. But it's so cheap to produce because of all the fossil fuels, and the fact that it's cheap. It's harder to actually recycle something, but there's all this plastic out there, but when you're going recycle or just produce it new and it's easy, everyone produces new. We're just adding that market again for the post-consumer material, because we have a lot of plastic to use, and a bag is actually a pretty good option for it.
okay, so that's my second question, is this 100% post-consumer? So you mentioned Target, I know Roach Brothers has started using those thick bags. Do those qualify as 100% post-consumer material, or?
No, so those would be new bags, and what is being strucken out would actually be how those bags qualified.
So those bags don't qualify anymore? So
Unless
those,
they bought them as 100% post-consumer
Oh,
waste.
yeah, I would be all for that. I think those bags should be used at least 125 times, if not more, if you can do it.
but if they're not, which I'm not sure if, and that's my third question, as an enforcing agent on the board, or we delegate to somebody, you went back to my ignorance, I don't know what is biodegradable or post-consumer material, whatever, but I guess we could figure that out, we'd probably delegate it out, so more of a statement, not a question there. biodegradable, so if we go, and I guess this is more Article 38, and so I just have a couple more questions. So we adopt it, we go to these, it's really then down to the end consumer to not throw this stuff in the trash, is to basically compost it, like these materials here.
So it would be the hope that they would compost it. What's actually ending up now mostly is it's all ending up in the trash, whether it's black, too small, or people just don't want to clean it. But again, only 9% of plastics have been recycled anyway, so what good is putting it in the recycle stream is a thought. But if more of the town did it, Harvey's, I think, only got a couple tons of organic waste when we as a town produce over 1,500 tons of organic waste a year. You could see it in the DEP study. Both organic material and paper could end up there, and these containers would qualify. I would love to see you have your takeout, you put it on your container, you put all of your food scraps on it, take it to Harvey's.
Okay, so it goes back, I think, to the education question, because because the concern is, and maybe it's cart before the horses, you do that, if we go the route, change it, and then everything goes in the trash, people don't know, it doesn't really improve.
Still goes to the
It goes
incinerator,
still-
but
okay.
it's not plastic, at least.
Yep. Thank you for that. That actually clarifies a lot of things for me, so I appreciate that. I know this came to us late, but has there been any public forums? Has this been communicated, as far as you know, to restaurants, stores in town? So are they aware of
Not as far as I
potential?
know.
Okay. Personally, it's a little bit of a concern of mine, is, you know, letting them know this is happening, hearing kind of both sides of the story or whatever, to put that through without hearing questions, concerns, or, again, public education.
Again, in section 4, you do have all of the hardship clauses here. So if there was a hardship, if someone had extra inventory, whatever, it sounds right in your jurisdiction to make whatever call.
Yeah, I mean, mine was more about just communicating it, letting them know. I mean, a lot of them, especially we talked about smaller business, a lot of them are our neighbors. And
Well, we did that, it just, if I can jump on that,
Yeah.
when we did the initial plastic bag reduction and change the mills and all of that, there was certainly an effort through economic development to
Oh, to
send
all
out
the-
letters and so on and so forth. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if this passes in whatever form on town meeting floor, then, you know, it passes. My thought would be, if it doesn't for any reason, because of, you know, there are questions, it is an opportunity for the board to bring it back and do some of that work, working with the EDC and whomever else.
Yep. No, correct. I think that is. And I think this is the future. I think it's where we're going. I guess the question is, have we done enough, and more of a education? I mean, these are one of those things that I've seen over the years, goes to town meeting and people are surprised, and it unfortunately doesn't pass, even if it's a good article, because people are like, I didn't know this was coming, I have questions, all that type of stuff. So, again, it's on there, it's on the warrant now, it's coming to town meeting, it'll be presented at town meeting, we'll see where that goes. And then my final thing is, on timing as well, is, and really more towards 38 than 37 is, you know, we have businesses that have been struggling to survive coming through the pandemic, and pushing more on them and costs. I know it's, as you said, it's only slightly more expensive, or it's reasonable, or it's in that same ballpark. But I guess just the question is the time right to be bringing this to businesses that have, let's say, struggled through the pandemic, and maybe the timing's never right to bring it forward, or the timing is right now, which folks will say, but it's just, again, a question that popped into my mind.
So what I would say is, I'd like to remind you that there is a waste management task force that is the reason we've been able to get some of these facts that we're even bringing forward. So if you were looking for someone to delegate some of these issues to. You already have a good committee in place for it. Another thing that I'll add in terms of bringing it up to restaurants, as I said, there's actually money, I should just state on this slide, there's actually money in the organic waste stream that we're just not taking care of. Because they can turn it into jet fuel, it inherently holds value. Only 5% of food that we consume and waste is actually returned to the food stream. With anaerobic digestion, it harvests the biogas, and then it produces natural fertilizers, organic fertilizers, instead of the synthetics that are getting in all of our streams. I do think that it's the future. I think that the bylaw as 38 stands says if an alternative exists, which would be left up to you guys to figure out whether it is an alternative, whether there are hardships. I think it is a step forward, and I think the town should take it.
Thank you.
There is a drawdown too. We did that with the last one. There is a drawdown, you know, and I think that we were flexible in enforcement. I remember a couple stores had that situation when we first implemented this, so.
Patrick?
Yeah, so I'll just say out of the gate, I am supportive of this. My initial questions were answered. I will just, I guess, Ian, you made me think about, you know, the business side of it a little bit more and about how do they ramp up on this. Question for Christy, is this something that like our EDC folks could like communicate out to? How do we, I wasn't on the board when this was adopted 5 years ago.
So actually, the town manager previously held a public meeting and invited all of the business owners to discuss it. I believe that was before the bylaw was introduced, just to give folks a heads up and let them provide some input. And then letters were sent out. And at the time, we had also provided some stores with those cloth bags that we had purchased. So,
do you think that it would be wise to do that now, and maybe, I'm just wondering if this should be on the fall, on fall town meeting, give that time to.
It's a citizen's petition,
Oh, that's
so.
true, that's true,
yeah,
yeah.
So it's on there,
Well, I
and
guess
so
in
we'll
regards
just
to
do
our
it in
vote.
I mean,
Yes.
I guess I would say if it, you know, if it passes, then
Yeah.
I think we've shared some thoughts that, you know, education is necessary both to consumer as well as business, to help, you know, with a successful and sustainable implementation.
Yeah, and Nathan, I'll just say that, you know, I'm inspired by your passion on this and your knowledge on this, and I really do appreciate you bringing this forward. Having said that, I don't mean to put you on the spot too much here, but, you know, you seem to have a lot of knowledge around this, and I think that you provide a good sales pitch on this. Would you be willing to participate in those conversations with you know, those business owners to answer their questions and be a voice?
Yeah, I would. And I would also just like to point out that this takes 6 months to become effective. So that would be the time that we would do that education. I know we have the energy fair at Mill Pond in April 30th, and Zero Waste Westborough is planning a booth. That could be exactly one of those situations where we could engage the community.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
And Nathan, thank you very much. We're, you know, really putting a tremendous effort forward here on this, and shows a true commitment. Yeah, I think with a lot of citizens petitions, sort of trying to match up kind of what you want to accomplish with the speed of kind of how the town moves can be difficult. You know, I'm generally supportive of this because these are things we have to do. And honestly, it was just recently I learned, you know, sort of what a putrid percentage of plastic actually gets recycled. I had no idea. You know, it is, and we need to start working on it immediately. So, you know, if for some reason, you know, this doesn't pass in a week and a half or whatever, you know, and would love to follow up and really, if it's necessary, then try and rework this and work with the community to get something done at fall town meeting if it doesn't happen.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. But thank you for your effort.
I just have a question.
Sure.
So I know that the petition is as it is. You know, our role here tonight is to vote our support or not for it. But if there are, you know, questions or concerns with the language, I mean, I don't want to just say no because there's some concerns that have been raised with the language, because generally I'm supportive of it, but I also want to be very clear that I have some concerns with the language, so.
So you would,
So-
so the motion is also the petitioner's motion, so you would need to vote based on what the article says.
Okay.
And if the board wanted to offer an amendment, you could offer that on town meeting floor.
Okay. Okay.
To that question, 'cause this isn't the motion, but when I just read the article, it just says, see if the town will vote to
Right, that's how
Article
the
33.
petition's written, and that's typical, so I
Okay.
are you're working with John on the motion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So if there was, for example, specific concern about the timing, there could be an amendment proposed on town meeting floor to say it's 9 months instead of 6, and give businesses more time to adapt and,
Well, I guess the concern
so-
around the timing is not allowing the commercial community to weigh in on the article
Provide input,
itself.
yeah.
It's not a matter of, I mean,
Well, it could
granted.
be any number of things.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly, that's the,
Well, the other
Or
thing too is,
education, or, you know.
yeah.
so we have a fall town meeting in October. So in theory also, if you maybe changed the time to 9 months, and then we went back, we could then actually make a change in October to
Modify
modify
again.
the language before it actually comes into
Sure.
action.
Always a possibility.
so they're.
I don't know.
The
Am I
6.
making that up?
Well, no, I think the 6 and 9 months was when it gets enforced, not when it goes into effect. Maybe I read it wrong.
It's a, well, so it's
Isn't
effect,
that kind of the
Shall
same
take
thing?
effect.
she'll take effect.
So,
6 months following town meeting approval.
right, so it doesn't take effect for 6 months,
Little grace period.
right? So
Okay. Okay, yep,
if,
With hardship.
that makes sense.
We would
Okay.
need clarity on
We need
whether or not
clarity.
that 6-month applies to an amendment and not an approval. Because the
I could
bylaw
also
isn't
just put that in the motion
to change that to an amendment.
clarify
Okay,
or
Yeah.
specify.
okay, great.
I'm still confused, I'm sorry.
Do you have your motion? Is it done?
I did talk with John Arnold, which I took computer science classes with his son.
Oh, that's so funny.
And we spoke of an article. I understand mostly what the motion I would like to be is.
Sure.
It will ultimately be that I would like to vote for this based on what is written, with the strike-through being taken away and the bold being added, with the amendments of if 37 get voted down, 38 would be the exact same, and if 37 passed, I would need to add more to the amendment
Yeah.
list for 38 to change regulation D to E.
So, okay. So I would, it's typical of the board to wait until town meeting to provide
recommendation.
your vote of support or not, just because if you're receiving a motion that is, that adjusts the bylaw or clarifies, you won't see that until the meeting.
So what I'm hearing you say is we have some time to look after, so great presentation, thank you very much. So considering this discussion and our comments, now we have this information in front of us to kind of formulate our own ideas, wait for the motion at town meeting, and then potentially come up with have a discussion among the board if we wanted to propose something as an amendment.
Right, so the R&R would say that the board was going to provide their recommendation at the meeting, and then once you hear the the motion, you could take a vote at the table and report out your vote. If you wanted, we could post a meeting preceding town meeting, and if
Should.
you wanted to
Yeah, we
offer.
typically do that.
Right, but at that meeting, you would.
6:30 in the morning.
You could formulate an amendment that you wanted to, because I wouldn't expect that you would have time to prepare an amendment after the motion,
Right.
Right.
given all the discussion you've had. so.
Yeah. Okay.
So is the consensus that we will forego our a vote of support until we see the motions?
I
We can
think,
do that,
yes.
and we could do that, you know, the intent would be to do that in the morning before 9 AM. So if you have the motions ready in advance,
As soon as
if you
possible.
could, as soon as possible, please forward them to the town manager. to
Well, so
provide to us.
typically, you'll complete the motion so I can have it reviewed by town council before, so we can work
And
together.
John knows that
Yeah.
too, right?
Yeah.
And John knows that
Yeah.
too, so.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be clear, I'm supportive of this. I think there are just some nuances here that I want it to be successful. So that's what I'm trying to, get ahead of or catch up with.
And I want to also thank you.
A lot of work.
Historically, just looking back, there aren't a lot of citizens petitions in our town meeting, and the effort to pull one together, present it before scary boards behind fancy counters and tables, and then be prepared to stand up at town meeting and make your case, shows a level of commitment and energy and dedication. And so, however this turns out, thank you for taking an initiative and being that passionate and that involved on an issue that matters to you,
Yeah,
to
thank
bring it
you.
before the town.
Thanks.
Thank
Thanks.
you, and thanks for the samples, Sean.
Yeah, you guys didn't keep any?
No.
You're lost.
Because it would end up in my waste stream.
But it's biodegradable.
Mine's already biodegrading.
You got all.
Okay, thank you.
This does feel like
Okay.
Shark Tank.
It does. I felt like, oh,
So-
pass the samples.
So next is keep things moving. Next would be
Oh, no.
support of other articles. So I want to back up, and I'd like to start with Article 23, the Community Preservation Act.
Do you want me to?
You want to?
Sure.
Yes.
So there was a concern about if the CPA article fails at town meeting, that it couldn't be brought back for 5 years. And we just clarified that 5-year requirement is about the surcharge, that there's no amount of time before you can be brought back. So it could, if it failed in March, it could be brought back in October, as early as October.
Also, the Finance Committee voted in support. No. They did not take a vote. Sorry, they discussed it last night. My mistake, because there were a couple things that were discussed. They discussed it, but they want to have the whole committee present for a final vote. So they have not voted.
So, Alan, may I?
Yeah, please do.
So I think the other concern that the CPA committee talked about was the desire to have this approved now so that it could be part of the fall election. I apologize, can't remember the election cycle. This year, I believe, is a larger one. We have state senator,
Governor?
governor.
Yep.
If this doesn't go on this year's ballot in the fall, and it pushes until the following year, is that just a town election that year? And then they talked about that being less successful.
Well, right, the idea is to bring it to the broadest voting body as possible. So it still could be successful, but you'd have statistically fewer people voting on it, and so it's not as, much of the,
Right.
community momentum.
I think, if I remember correctly, those are kind of the two concerns.
Yep.
Things that we were talking about is there any, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we were.
No,
concerned
so-
about.
Those were the ones in my
But
notes.
I think it was the timing. I think Ian had
Timing, yeah,
expressed.
timing and the additional tax, and I know it's voting here, and that was my question that you asked too, which was to remind me again of the process here, is that if it was voted here, then it would go on, I believe.
Ballot.
And does it have to go on the next ballot, or do you pick the ballot that it goes on?
No, I think,
It's the
I
next.
think it goes just on the next ballot.
Next ballot?
Yeah.
And official versus primaries, or? I don't know, I should know this, but
I
do
remember them
primaries or-
discussing that there was value in it being at a bigger election, so
Yeah.
I believe it's any election, but there was value in this one.
Yep.
So if it didn't pass now and it was brought back forth in October and passed, then it would be on the town election, annual town election ballot in March of next year.
And if I remember correctly, Christie, I think I heard you say last night on the Advisory Finance Committee meeting that this would be roughly a $40 increase on that one, on the 0.5% for CPA.
Yeah, Shelby's probably better to ask, but that's my memory, is that
Yeah.
they
I was thinking,
estimated
my
that.
math was like $51, but whatever it is, somewhere in that.
So, it's, I don't have the number right in front of me, it's between 40 and 50. It's based on that, it's the valuation, the tax bill,
Right.
not the
It's after
actual.
the certain thresholds.
Right.
And that's.
You take out the
Yeah, you
first
take off the
100,000.
first 100,000 for everyone,
Right.
and then there are some other hardships if you
Right.
apply. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously you guys know I'm in favor of it. I think that the opportunity to take advantage of upwards of a 40% match from the state for areas that the town has, or many residents have said that they value open space recreation, historical preservation, and particularly affordable housing. I think that's why I'm so in favor of this. Most folks, kind of want unrestricted funds. I actually think for these particular areas, the restricted funds and creating that, savings for the town makes sense for long-term planning. And this point was made last night at AFC, and I totally agree with that, I think it also does create an opportunity where, when this passes, that it creates an opportunity to not have other articles on town meeting, because you're building up this kind of reservoir for, related expenditures. So we could think about how do we replenish, rather than replenishing the open space committee fund, you have this, so you don't need to put that on an article, like we would have done in the past. So,
On the tax levy.
on the tax, right.
Or
right.
free cash.
It
I
would
mean,
still
we-
need to
we-
be approved at town meeting.
Oh, no, right.
Yeah.
And I think that's the other thing. There are, everything that comes before the CPA committee, once it would be established, has to still be approved at town meeting. So just because we have the money, you could, I guess that's the other downside, you could have this kind of reserve, I don't know that reserve is the right, this fund, that, folks say, no. We don't typically do that in the town if there's money to spend, but that could happen.
Sean?
Yeah, I would say I agree, although these funds are restricted, they're restricted to categories that we regularly invest in this town. And because of that, and we've shown that as a town, these are important to us. I think passing up on this match just doesn't even make sense. I mean, even in this difficult year, even though it doesn't get enacted this year, it just feels like a tough year to try and do this. It still makes sense to me, to just start building up this reserve.
And I guess I'll speak in concurrence with Sean, and, it went to spam, so I didn't see it today, but I did receive an email, someone saying, well, if we have, with affordable housing, we have a trust, and we have a funding source for that trust at the moment. Why would we need the Community Preservation Act as another funding source for affordable housing? In my response to that is the money that that's proposed to use to fund the trust at this point of time is part of, a ZBA mitigation agreement. There's a lot of money there. Not all of it will be voted by town meeting to go to affordable housing, because it can also be used for other projects for seniors, and we know the town, one of the articles is to do a town-wide assessment of what services are needed for seniors. Yes, some of that money's, the result of that study is going to make recommendations. Some of that money, the town meeting may vote towards those purposes and those projects as well. And so long-term, the most reliable source of funding for affordable housing and affordable housing trusts does come from Community Preservation Act and the CPC funds that get collected and held. And even the rules of how trusts operate have been changed by the state to align with the restrictions in the process for community preservation funds in that process. And on affordable housing, there are also grants and programs that we can become eligible for as a trust if some of the funding is available through Community Preservation Act as opposed to other sources. There's additional opportunities beyond the match into the Community Preservation Committee's funds as well. And so it's tough because we're looking at inflation, we're looking at property taxes, even so, short-term, long-term view of, and we do so much as a board in looking at the long term, and even how the debt strategy and the use of property tax revenue from Pulte for debt service and to eventually build a reserve fund or stabilization fund that can be used so we don't have to borrow in the future, right? That sort of long-term strategy this is another example of that says, let's take a little bit each year, even though this is a tough year to ask for a little bit more, and build up funds so we can do big things that the town needs or wants in a way that doesn't clobber us when we go to do it. And so I think for those reasons, for the the varieties of reasons, I'm in support of moving forward with the Community Preservation Act at this time. Yeah.
Yes, I just thank you everyone for this. I mean, I think spent a lot of time thinking about this. I think that what I'll say is I'm probably leaning to vote to support it, to see, because I think it's a lot of work's been put in and the town should vote on it. As I've said before, I'm concerned well, the timing's right, but that's, as you said, it's got to think long-term. I agree that these are, the areas that it supports are areas that we've prioritized through strategic plans, master plans, et cetera. So that's important. The negative side is it's creating a tax that's earmarked only for specific things, so then it creates, I think for 5 years from the note we got, we can't revoke it or change it, so if things happen, we'll have to cut potentially in other places, schools, et cetera, because we can't change this piece to it for 5 years. So if times really get tough, we're just going to have to take it from someplace else because we can't stop the Community Preservation Act. So it's, so you can tell I'm torn. I can make arguments both ways, but I think that the works that's been put in and the fact that I've seen the support the town has for affordable housing, for open space. So my vote will be to, at this time, vote in support of it, to bring it to town meeting on those pieces. And if it passes, hopes that things get better for the town and we don't get in a situation where we build up a great surplus here, but we have to cut employees and other stuff in other areas. So That's the piece. I think the one other thing too is that, I didn't voice this and I probably should have, is, because I've heard it a lot, is that when we look at comparable communities, yeah, hindsight's 20/20. If we had adopted this when Hopkinton and others, we would have been in 20 million. I think we should be very clear that that number is not what we're gonna see. The number keeps dwindling as more towns come in. So those matching funds, while they're there, they're not the same matching funds that were there when early communities got in. So our number, yes, they're matching funds. That's, we'll call it free money because it's coming from taxes out of the other pocket. But yeah, exactly. But why not get a share of that? We're paying for it anyways. It's similar to what we've talked about other things. So, but again, it's just making sure that we're clear and don't. I think sometimes people say, oh, well, we're going to get what Hopkinton got, and they're going to get 20 million. We're not going to get 20 million in my lifetime, I don't think so. But
Okay. Patrick?
Yeah, I'll just say I've been equally torn. I mean, you guys all know that I've struggled with the budget and was looking at every opportunity to try to minimize the impact. But like Ian, thought long and hard about this, and you know, to me, it's if it was any normal year, absolutely would vote for this. I was glad to see that they reduced the recommendation down to the 0.5%, and I think it's good. It's putting good more money towards good money, so to speak. So I have had a change of heart, and I am going to vote in favor of this as well.
and it doesn't impact us this year. That was the other big
Right,
thing,
it's
too.
50,
It's
FY
not-
24, right?
It's
So
not hitting the
but-
tax rate this year, but.
yeah, but it
It'll hit
it's,
us.
exactly. It's going to hit us
Yes.
at some point. So
But no time's ever gonna be good.
right, yeah, and it just keeps
I think-
growing. So
I think for me, I think that certainly town meeting and having the voters there approve it is, you know, it's a significant hurdle. And I couldn't say how that will go right now. But I think the bigger hurdle is the time between town meeting and whatever happens, right? Sort of with the economy and the rebound and everything else that's going on. We could be looking at a very, for the proponents, a very difficult win at the ballot booth when no one's holding up a piece of paper. So I guess for anyone that's, you know, well, for us here that are feeling, you know, voting with mixed emotions, I certainly understand that. I agree. I think, Ian, you made some great points tonight. Not that you don't always, but new ones. And I think the battle's going to be really at the ballot booth. It really is. And it's going to be incumbent upon the proponents, which will not be that CPA exploratory committee, to get out and you know, let their kind of views and positives be known.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
That should probably come from me, huh? So I vote to support Article 23 as presented in the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any final comment or discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Motion passes 5-0, 5 being present. Thank you. Next, we have some additional information with respect to Article 34, I believe.
Yes, at the,
It was a question.
what's that?
No, you've got answers to a question. Some additional
Right.
information,
So
yes.
at the last meeting, there were a few questions asked about hate speech being added as a criteria. There were questions about the board's ability or how, what would happen if the billboards went from digital to static, things like that. And the response was really around that the board had some authority within the development agreement. I had questions about that. I think that was clear. And so I did follow up with town council. Kim and I spoke with our land use attorney today. I just want to be really clear that the development agreement is an agreement between the two parties. It is not The board does not have the ability to impose conditions or terms within the development agreement. So when you're thinking about how that would be negotiated, I think you should think of it similar to how we negotiated our pilot, where it's different because it's required to have a development agreement, but in terms of how robust that is and what the terms of that agreement are, is really about the agreement of the two parties, so the town and whoever's coming forward. So the ZBA, as long as the sign board complies with zoning and has been permitted by the ZBA, the development agreement is not sort of another. We joked actually. Kim said you get a bite at the apple, but it doesn't have any teeth. So you get to talk to the proponent and the developer, and you get to negotiate, and it's very broad, so it gives you the ability to discuss any sort of terms that you're comfortable with, but you can't impose them on that party.
So maybe if I give you a scenario so I can better understand, if I may.
Sure.
So a lot of our conversation when we last talked was around the height of the billboards, and y'all are gonna laugh at me. I went out yesterday with my laser measurer and I measured the 7 billboards on Route 9 to see how tall they were. And the lowest of the 7 of them was the one across from the Autobahn dealership near the Volkswagen dealership up there, and it was approximately 18.5 feet tall off of the pavement. 18.5 feet tall, in theory, that 75 foot could be quadrupled in height. You could watch that billboard from O'Neill Drive sitting up on top of the ski hill if you wanted to. Now, keeping that in mind, right, my understanding of the scenario I'll give you, Christy, is based on what you just said. Are you saying that the board does not have the ability to negotiate during that discussion in regards to they cannot change the height of a current non-conforming structure on that property?
You have the opportunity to negotiate it, but if they don't agree, you can't impose it. So my understanding specifically related to height, and I know that you spoke with Justin Lundberg, so he may have told you this, is that there was, in earlier versions, there was a 5th bullet E in the applicability section that had specifically spoke to the inability to increase the height of any of the Route 9 billboards, and at some point that fell off in the versions that I received. So I don't know if the planning board has any thoughts around making an amendment on the floor, but as it stands, there isn't that requirement.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Sorry, just to your point, I mean, I think what you're saying is that it could be 18 to 75 feet tall. And I don't think it can, because I looked at this and it says, the maximum face size of each digital billboard sign face shall not exceed 680 square feet, including framing or trim.
That's the physical shape of the billboard.
Not
That's
the
not
height.
Not the height.
Number 10.
Well, the height could be 75, but the billboard itself it's not.
Oh, I know what you're saying, and it's not like,
The sign itself is only going to be
so you could have
600.
a little teeny sign, you're saying way up high, though.
It's going to be way up high, but it's going to be the same size as what the other signs are. It's
Oh,
not
yeah,
like
no,
you have
I'm
a
not-
70 foot.
I'm not
Saying it's
I'm not
higher.
talking about the physical shape of the billboard. I'm only talking about the height of it. That's it. So the way it's
But
written
that's still-
is that it's 75 feet. It can be up to 75 feet off of
The roadway.
from the road height. So that billboard over there in front of the Audubon, it sits way low. It's probably 20 feet down from the road, but it sits roughly 18 and a half feet, the top of it above the roadway. They can go up to 675 feet above the roadway. That's an increase of, 50 plus feet of height. Now, the size of it doesn't change,
Right.
but literally, you could probably read that billboard sitting across town if it was that far. Because right there, you can see the steeples of St.
Right.
Luke's and the Congregational Church over there. So that was my concern. Now, I did reach out to Justin. I did not, he sent me an email with his opinion on this. I did not ask him if I could share that with the board, but let me ask him and I would share it. But I know we wanted to try to get a vote tonight on this. He did provide some information on his interpretation of it. He reread it today. And I'll just say it's slightly different than I think what you're describing. So But I want to ask him first
So
if you would.
we've voted on this, but
Oh, that's right.
we could re-vote again on the floor of town meeting or
Yeah,
meeting
let's do that.
beforehand, if we want to consider this additional information. I guess my one question about the agreement is, yes, we have to come to agreement with the other party, but they can't proceed with constructing the billboard until we reach that agreement. That's, because
Yes,
it's a
but
requirement.
you have to look at it like, you have to
Right,
look
so
at it like,
it's-
no,
there's-
but you have to look at it like the pilot or mitigation. Like
Right.
you can't unreasonably withhold your execution of a development agreement because they're not agreeing to what you want.
No, understood, so it's, you know.
They'll sue us and we'll lose.
it's-
Well, and I
Exactly.
guess I would
They'll
say
sue us
that-
a little- So we have a bite, we just don't have any front teeth.
Also, in terms of messaging, you know, that a government doesn't have control over messaging of a sign. So, you know, I know that you had brought up our policy on the signs on the Rotary. That's our property. We can develop those types of policies. But in terms of messaging, we don't have control. So we could negotiate that into a development agreement, but otherwise, and then it would be agreed to by both parties, but otherwise it could be challenged.
So the language that we have in here right now that prohibits things like marijuana advertising,
It could be challenged.
it could be challenged.
There was actually some
what's-
concern, I'll just say that the Attorney General might actually not actually approve this as a result of that language.
Right. Or, well, they would just strike the language they don't approve, but yeah.
So, well, just going off of that, if that were to be the case, and I know we've seen that with other articles that came back, and then we had to kind of vote
Right.
or, right, to approve or accept the changes?
Well, no, so you don't have a choice. When the Attorney General strikes it, it's just out. The reason that article, the most recent article came back is because of what they struck, we had to fix something else.
So to that point then, let's say this is approved as presented at a town level, and it goes to the AG, and no, we don't like this, and it comes back, the town has to accept it as it's presented, even with those strikes?
Yeah, the rest of it goes into effect.
I thought it would have to go back to town meeting because this was a charter change. Would it?
It's
would
not
we
a
have to-
charter
not
change, it's a
charter.
zoning
Has to be
bylaw.
bylaw
Bylaw.
change, it's into, we wouldn't
Okay.
go back to
That's-
town.
That's
meeting.
not how it's worked with the general bylaws. I
Okay.
don't know if the zoning bylaw is something different.
Okay, that's interesting.
There's severability, so if they say, you know, item C10, you can't have, they strike C10 and it goes into effect without that.
Yeah, but it's just, it's not what the town voted
Right.
on at town meeting, so the question is whether or not the.
So you
town-
bring it back to, you have to bring it back to
That's what I was
next town meeting.
wondering, is if you have to bring it back to town meeting.
I don't believe so.
We didn't with the general
No, I'm
bylaw.
saying if you wanted to change.
If you wanted to
that,
change it,
you have
you'd
to
have
bring
to,
it back to
you'd
town
then
meeting.
have to bring it back to town meeting, but it goes into effect.
Good to know.
Be very
That's the
difficult to
truth, right.
rescind
And-
it totally.
And I do wonder when they came up with the 75 feet, and I'll reach out to the town planner about this. You know, the way Jim described it is if, the Cumberland Farm, the one on the Cumberland Farms property along the Mass Pike, again, the Mass Pike is, 35, 40 feet above the grade of where the billboard's built. So were they really thinking 75 feet from the road level of the Mass Pike?
Well,
Or
it's, 75
feet from where it's built, and it does say the road level.
Yeah,
Now,
it
given
clearly
also
says.
that
Of
the
which
way the
it's-
zoning
I will
is,
just let you know that of the 7 billboards on Route 9, the tallest one that I measured was 36 feet. It could double in height.
no, I understand that. And I also know that in part because the way this is written is this really does restrict, at this point in time, it restricts these billboards to being along
Right.
the Mass Pike or 495, that they are thinking, that you look at the height of the turnpike rest area signs, which are designed to give people driving at a high rate of speed a long view of, where you can get your coffee or your overpriced synthetic hamburger, right? So it's, I'm comfortable you sharing the information from the current chair of our ZBA and us reconsidering the vote on the floor of town meeting. And, you know, and going from there, and does this move forward? Obviously, individually, or as a board, we could also vote to amend that height on the floor and have a discussion on it.
Yeah, a couple other things I just want to point out here, if I may. Section 3342 applicability, so Section A of that specifically, it's allowed to be on, Route 9 is impacted here by
Right.
what that says, okay? I will also say that Section 3341-3 talks about aesthetically attractive, Section 5 talks about residential character, Section 3342A talks about the locations, 3343-2 talks about undue nuisance. These are all things that the ZBA can use, and we as a board can also use when we review our contract with the applicant.
But
work with the
3342A does say specifically that they must abut interstate Route 90 or.
It affects all of those zones.
But they also must abut the two interstates.
Yes.
So an
Second
industrial
Uh,
B zone
no,
that
I
doesn't
see- I s-
abut the interstates this wouldn't apply.
But,
You couldn't put a billboard on Otis Street.
no, but you can convert an existing, that was my concern,
Okay.
that you can convert, and I wasn't
So
I
what I
wasn't
understood.
clear, sorry. go
Yeah, what I understood was that because these are non-conforming structures, they can't be any, the ZBA would not approve any additional non-conformance. But based on what I'm understanding from Christie right now, is that we don't have the authority in the contractual negotiations to tell them that they cannot.
Well, we don't. The
Well, you
ZBA
don't.
does.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
So the ZBA is the special permit granting authority, so they're gonna be the ones who apply the zoning and give the permit ultimately. That your authority is not equal to theirs.
Right.
In terms of the negotiation of the agreement.
But they're only post-agreement authority, right? They would then look at that agreement, they would look at the zoning, and they would say, yes, you can do this, or you cannot do this, as the
Can you say
special.
that again?
If they
Once
want,
once we have a contract to change something, right, one of these billboards.
what ones, if you can be specific?
Uh,
You're talking about the ones on
Route
Route 9?
Yeah,
Okay,
let's say,
okay,
let's
'cause that's
just say that
different, I
an
think.
applicant comes and says, we want to change one of the billboards on Route 9, and we want to make it 60 feet tall instead of 36 right now. We don't have any authority to stop them from doing that. So we would approve that, we would
Well,
approve that contract, but
No,
then
no,
the
no,
ZBA
no.
would then.
I think your order is
Is it
backwards.
flipped? Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so they would go to the because you wouldn't negotiate a
wouldn't
development
see it.
agreement
If
if
they
it
can't
wasn't
do it.
permitted.
Okay.
Yeah,
They would have to go to ZBA
right.
and get the
We would have the
approval.
ability, when they go to the ZBA, as a board, to write a letter in
In rec-
support or
or
not in
non-support,
support, which
yeah,
is what they
okay.
typically ask us to do. So I think there's some
Right.
protections there, but some of the
It's a
questions
double layer
was-
protection, and I'll just say Justin did mention that to me, that he has confidence in that double layer protection that we have.
And we've used it
So
before.
I'm going to suggest if you check with him to see if it's
I
okay
will.
to forward to the full board, we can review it and have a brief conversation at our posted meeting prior to.
It's a public record.
Oh, okay.
Is it? Should I
It
just,
is. Okay, so you
you
can
want me to
forward
read
it.
it
Email
now?
to you.
So if you could email it to us, and then we can talk about it before,
Okay.
in the meeting before town meeting.
Okay, so, I mean, you can do that, but just know that your support, your 5-0 support is gonna be in the R&R.
So
Can-
what she's saying is we've previously voted 5-0 to
Right.
support.
Right,
So that will be published in the R&R.
Right.
Unless we voted differently tonight,
that's right now.
Or
Or
rescinded
you
the-
rescinded it.
or we rescind it.
While we're contemplating that, can I ask a question?
Yes.
So Christie, in 3345, this has to do with the development agreement, number 2. I'll just speak frankly here, that language seems contrary to what Kim and you have had a discussion
That's
with
not gonna
council.
make the cut.
So I specifically pointed this out to town council. You can determine the terms. So initially, in our discussion, there was, in earlier versions, there were what the terms would be. So, is it gonna be public access to are the terms gonna be spelled out? So public access for events in town.
Sure.
And emergency use, potentially mitigation fees associated. Those terms are not spelled out, so this keeps it open and vague so that you can negotiate any terms. It doesn't give you the authority to compel terms. tell what those terms are. So you could say, we want to talk to you about lighting. Like, we're concerned about lighting.
Okay.
So that's fine. You can talk about lighting, but you don't have to talk about it with everybody because it's not specifically. So maybe one
Okay.
billboard company
Sure,
worries
sure.
you and others it doesn't, and that's fine. But in terms of what you actually agree to, you can't say, you know, we want your lights to turn off at 9 o'clock at night.
It is a practical matter, given that we have agreements in place for existing billboards. I would expect anyone coming to us would look at what we have in place and say, oh, they've approved this, and start there and propose something materially similar.
Right, but I think that
But
that to that point, when we were talking last time, that's where I was concerned, where we were saying we would have that this board would have additional authority, because those are more simple. They're really just about revenue,
Right.
Use of it for emergencies, and then also time for the
And
town.
we were talking, we started going down a different path with,
With additional
doing more,
conditions.
yeah.
So it's, another thing I equated it to is, you know, the planning board will permit a new restaurant. And then the restaurant owner will come to you and ask for a liquor license. You don't get to make a condition how many trees they plant outside, you know, so the ZBA fully permits this, and then you create, it's not perfect, but it's, you know, it's just sort of thinking it through.
Yeah, my concern is, honestly, is less so about anything abutting the Mass Pike. I mean, I feel like the intent of this has always been on that, but there is, to me, clearly a loophole or a roundabout or something that that greatly concerns me with existing billboards that we have. About that they could, not necessarily, that there's a venue through which they could increase in height and potentially number on Route 9.
Not number.
not number.
It's only existing billboards, as I understand it.
Okay, so not number, thank you, but at least height.
This only allows for an increase in number for the Mass Pike and Route 90. There is the other, as I understood it, was the other pieces on Route 9 would be for existing. It's not like they can add any more there.
So I just forwarded you guys all the email if you want to read it. I think it might be helpful.
So if we take time to read and digest and reassess this, the question is, are we comfortable with our current vote being reflected in the AFC's R&R report? Do we want to rescind it with an intent to report out on the floor of town meeting?
I hate to do that to the planning board, given their work and all, you know what I mean, that we kind of presented it, but I would like to make a motion to rescind our vote
I'll second that until we get clarity, I think.
on Article 34, sorry.
I'll just say that I was planning on voting positively towards this when I came in tonight. But after what Christie said, I was like, oh, maybe there's
Okay.
two sides of the coin here. So.
Absolutely. So we've got a motion and a second to rescind our support. I'll add that that's what the intention, that we would vote and report out our level of support on the floor of town meeting.
So basically, what would say in the booklet is that
We'll report out at town meeting. Any other comments or discussions on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor of rescinding and reporting out on the floor of town meeting? All in favor?
Oh, sorry.
Raise your hand. All opposed? Motion passes 4-1, 5 being present. Okay, the last warrant article up for discussion is Indigenous Peoples' Day. As folks know, the applicant or the proponent of this is married to me, my spouse. And even though there is a process for me to file a conflict of interest, an appearance of conflict of interest about personal bias, I'm not sure that doing that would actually alleviate people's concerns that my discussion was unbiased, and therefore I've chosen not to do that, and I will recuse myself from the discussion and the vote here this evening, and therefore I will hand the gavel over to the vice chair.
Thank you. So I'll open it up for any comments on the Article 35, the petition warrant article related to Indigenous Peoples' Day? I know we talked about the last time, but are there any comments or questions folks have?
Well, I guess, Shelby, did you want to talk about the vote that diversity and inclusion had? I mean, I don't put you in a spot. I can speak to it if you want, but you're on the committee, so
Yeah, no.
it's up to you.
Yeah, so for those who may not be aware, the Diversity and Inclusion Committee had lengthy and robust conversation, 2 meetings actually, about this article, and ultimately voted not to approve the article as presented in the warrant. I can't speak for every member of the committee,
Or
but.
not to support it?
Did I say that? I'm
You
sorry.
said approve.
I'm sorry, not to support, sorry.
Sorry.
Speaking broadly for the committee as a whole, lots of, some of the main points, a sense that the petition the current petition, because you'll recall way back when there was another petition that when it originally came to the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, that this petition, even though hasn't changed, that people signing the petition thought it was a replacement. And so there's concern shared by the Diversity and Inclusion Committee members that, did folks really know what they were signing? So that was broadly discussed. And Kim's on the committee too, so Kim, keep me honest here. The other concern voiced by some of the members is that it's not replacement. It doesn't clearly state replacement. There was concern about the article in general from myself and some others about just the overall intent. Did I miss anything, Kim?
I think those are the highlights.
I mean, and lots of discussion about what is the message that it sends when the Diversity and Inclusion Committee is not supporting this article, and just lots of angst and concern from all the members. I think everyone tried to be, to the credit of the committee members, tried to be really thoughtful, and it was a very difficult vote. But I should add that I think that there's a statement that the DNI will provide at town meeting to speak to. While we didn't support it, we're committed to this work and to kind of further discussion as to kind of address this without being really specific as to what the committee would be doing.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just say,
Sean?
I want to thank the entire committee on the work they did on this, and I watched those 2 meetings, and I saw the great conversation that was had, and I think they're headed in the right direction in regards to continuing the conversation, because I think there's an opportunity here to figure out something that will work for the community.
Anything, Sean, or anybody want to make a motion?
I will say I will go back and review those 2 meetings, because those are people who, have done a lot of work around this and are not knowledgeable about this topic, and I would like to hear what they had to say. However, I am in support of this article. I think, unfortunately, you can't choose another day to represent the indigenous people of this country. I think it does have to be this day. It's a day that it changed that civilization forever for the worse. And so how do you pick another day to represent them? I think it's how they want to represent themselves. So my vote will be in favor of this article.
So, I look for a motion, So we don't have a vote right now, I believe, correct?
Correct.
So if we want to, this again, just is for support.
Why don't we just make the motion that's going to pass?
You mean,
Between us. I think we know how the vote's going to go. We could make the motion one way and then remake the motion the other way, but we probably just ought to make the motion that's,
I'm so confused again.
Do you make it a motion in affirmative, or do you make the?
Motion in the negative, so the,
That's what I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. So can I just,
yes.
so, I want all of you to know, and I want the public to know that my work and research on this topic continues. And, I'm not closed-minded about the opportunity for change. But my personal research has certainly made me realize how little many people know about this, and how nuanced and, how much there is to learn. And I think that, some folks would say, you just have to rip the Band-Aid off and you have to change things and people have to accept it, and now is time and it's taken too long. And I understand that, and I fully respect that. I personally don't think that that's the way you get sort of everyone, kind of moving in the right direction. And I go back to something that's very personal to me, and maybe it's a lousy comparison, but it's the one that keeps resonating, and that was gay marriage. Many people, not only in Massachusetts, but certainly nationally, were very against it. And I kept saying to myself, but it doesn't affect you. If someone has the opportunity to have this, because they wanted, people that were against it wanted less. You can't use the word marriage, you can use domestic this, you can have partnership that. But it was like, it doesn't affect you. And so I keep circling around that, just again, on my own personal experience, in that, on the one hand, folks that are proponents of keeping things the way they are, I would sort of say, this doesn't affect you, whatever the article is, whether it's whether it's the way it's presented. In some ways, it doesn't affect them. On the other hand, if we ultimately, as a town, were to replace this, it does affect someone, and it does, or a group of people, and it affects them negatively in a way that I'm not sure that folks want to understand or choose to understand. So anyway, I'm sort of spinning here a little bit, but I guess I would just say that I'm still not in support of the article because of its vagueness, and I don't think it aligns with ultimately where the folks that are most aggrieved want to be, that being Indigenous people. And so I can't support it for a number of different reasons.
You want to make a motion?
Sure, thank you. So I would make a motion, sorry, what number are we on, 35? To not support Article 35 as presented in the warrant.
I'll second that.
Okay, any further comments? Okay, all those in support of the motion not to support, raise their hands. Those opposed? That's 3-1, voting not to support as presented with one recusal. Thank you. I'll turn it back over to you.
For what's probably my last meeting in this chair, last full meeting.
You
in
never
this chair.
know.
Never know, yes, I
Work
do.
it?
Okay. The last item on, the last component of agenda number 9, so tricky, lots under that one number, is a budget update. So Christy wants to talk to us about insurance. Or needs to talk to us about insurance. She might not want to.
So as you know, we budgeted a 9% increase in insurance, which was what our health insurance consultants had advised. We did, at this point, we're at a 7.9% increase, so that's good. And we're continuing to work with the Insurance Advisory Committee. I'm not sure that we would get to a different number prior to town meeting, but we continue to, work. And I would just say that, representatives on that committee from all of the unions understand the impact of insurance on the budgets and also on, their own membership. So it's always been a really collaborative discussion with them. However, so we had initially talked about reducing that budget by that 1%, but we're seeing a large increase in retirees from both the school and the town, so people who have already acknowledged their retirement, and it's only March. And so we have a concern about the number of retirees that we're going to see this year, because as you know, those costs would remain on the plan, and then we would hire people to replace them in their current position. And so at this point, we're recommending that the insurance number stay the same. So the difference between, just so you know, the difference between the 8 and 9% is about $100,000. And so we're recommending that. We would certainly revisit that in October. We could lower that budget potentially if it doesn't sort of play out the way that we expect it to. But we have a consultant, from our consultant. We have someone who sits in our office who works specifically with people who are interested in retiring, and she has flagged this as a year that we're going to see a big increase in retirees. And you might remember several years ago, we had a similar year where we saw a large increase in retirement, and we actually had to go back and ask for additional funds. Mm-hmm. So we'd rather not do that. And so, just understanding the circumstances that we might be in, we would recommend the insurance budget as it stands at this point. The Finance Committee did vote 8-0 to support it, and we would ask that the board also support it.
And just so I understand, when we reduced that, did that impact is there an impact on the rate, or is this one where we removed use of free cash by the lowering of this so that we would just increase?
So if we were to reduce the budget by that $100,000, the recommendation would have been to reduce the use of free cash and not to, just based on the recommendations and how we've done it throughout, which would have reduced free cash from, I think it's at like 430,000 at this point to 330,000. That reduction in rate will experience that regardless, because the town pays 75% of all of these premiums. And if the number of retirements doesn't happen, or the people who are replacing them don't take the town's insurance, there's obviously many scenarios. We always plan for people to come on and off. It's just that this high number has caused us to be a little more conservative.
So just so I understand, so we're just, I guess, did we already reduce the number, or we're proposing to reduce the number?
No,
Okay.
we
So everything stays as
we
is?
proposed it at 9, and it would stay at 9.
Okay. And free cash stays where
Everything
it is?
stays
Yep.
the same.
Okay.
So the motion would be to maintain
The motion would just be
insurance-
to approve the budget.
as presented.
So moved.
Okay, it's moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any additional questions or comments?
I think it's smart.
Okay. Seeing, hearing none. All in favor? Motion passes 5-0, 5 being present. Okay, next on the agenda, item number 10, Select Board Policies.
Oh, wait, you have a couple other budget items that you
sorry.
didn't.
I thought it was just insurance.
Let's see. Sorry, I think I had presented to you, but I'm not sure that we had the new number for you to vote the school department budget. So just as a reminder, that was a reduction from 5.8% increase to a 5.57% increase, and that was reducing the transportation amount, level funding it. And so now that the proposed number is $60,410,677.
What's the net dollar change?
$3,186,522. Oh, sorry, from last year or from the reduction?
Yeah, the reduction.
I think it's
ballpark.
$132,000, I think.
So I move we support the school budget as amended.
Second?
Oh, Patrick, Patrick.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any additional comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion passes 5-0, 5 being present.
And then I think the last was the Assabet number.
Yes.
And so that increase was about 8.2%. So the number is 871,741.
Move we approve, support the Assabet number, not approve it.
Second that?
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? I watched their presentation to the
Yeah.
Advisory Finance.
They made a
Committee, so-
presentation, if you didn't watch it, they made a presentation to the Advisory Finance Committee last night.
Yes. Okay. All in favor? Motion passes 5-0, 5 being present. Okay, now we can move on to item 10, Select Board Policies, the voting policy, access to town council, and the contract approval policy. I turn the floor over to Patrick.
Thank you, Alan. Christie, I don't know, did that email get attached to the packet?
It's in there, yep.
So everybody was able to read that?
Yep.
I want to give you credit for the work you did on this.
Thanks.
Do you want to speak to it, or, I mean, I think,
Sure.
okay.
Thanks. So there were some questions about the voting policy and its potential conflict with open meeting law. And so we went back and I pulled minutes from the initial development of the policy. I think it was back in 2010. And there were definitely some discussions about sort of your ability to bring things up and have them voted on that night. There's been several significant amendments to the open meeting law since this policy was developed. And so I think as we look at the policy and how it would be applied today, it would be in conflict with open meeting law. And so my recommendation was to rescind it. I also, noted that we haven't really used that policy or referred to it, so.
So do you, I mean, if there's any questions, or otherwise I can make a motion.
Make the motion.
All right. I'll make a motion to rescind the voting policy, and if the board so desires, plan to discuss at an upcoming agenda topic, agenda topic.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any additional discussion or comment at this time?
I know it's in the motion. I don't have any desire to
Right.
re-talk about it. I think we just rescind it.
I would agree at this point. It can always come up again if it needs to.
I think the fact that we haven't used it, we haven't
Do you want a
referred
new
to it.
motion, or do you want to?
Pardon?
That's fine.
You can,
Or if you want to. I mean, if others see fit. I just don't see any reason to, no need to bring it up. I think this is rescinding it. I think we haven't utilized it. I think I mentioned it the last time too. I was questioning whether we even needed it. So my take is we just rescind it and we have one less policy. We follow open meeting law.
okay, so we'll make the motion just to rescind.
Okay.
And you seconded?
Second.
Okay. So moved and seconded. No more further question or comment. All in favor? Motion passes 5-0, 5 being present.
Thank you, Christie, for doing the work on that.
Sure, thanks.
Okay, access to town council.
Okay, so in this policy, again, the changes here were to replace the select board throughout. I believe I sent an updated version. I had missed, I think,
There are a couple.
a
yeah.
select board here or there.
Yeah.
So that has been corrected. And then there was a number of formatting changes and just cleanup, I'll say, but no structural or I'll say language changes, going
It's
back on
not,
my notes here.
Patrick, it's not updated in the version, I think I refreshed. So just under authority to hire, number
Oh, yeah, you're right.
2 and number 3, no, number 2, just number 2.
And then under
And then
access to
access to
counsel
con.
under-
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought- I think those are the ones I fixed, but I'll go back and
Okay,
double
just-
check that.
well-
I think, it may not, maybe it didn't get updated in the packet, so,
So I'll make a motion to approve the policy as presented with the
With
changes,
those corrections.
with the correction, excuse me.
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing, hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? None. Motion passes 5-0, 5 being present.
Okay, contract approval policy. So same thing, cleaned up, global search and replace on select board. I will just mention that in section 4-2, where it talks about section 4-2 of the Westborough Town Charter, that was updated to reflect the current language, and the current language still refers to us as the Board of Selectmen, so I'm not changing that. What I should have done, I think, is I probably should have put a warrant article to change the charter, I would imagine, to update that.
we did a warrant article to change the charter, so it just hasn't been, we were waiting for the legislature to approve it, and so it just hasn't been fully
Okay.
updated in the charter. So we can change it to select board here, that's
Okay.
fine.
So with that change, I would make a motion to approve the contract approval policy as written with that change.
Second.
Moved and s-
Question?
Question.
So since this was written, we've actually added a procurement officer. Would it make sense to reference him in here, or just the fact that we're fully complying with procurement is okay?
Yeah, I mean, that we're fully complying with, I think it's fine. So I refer to this policy all the time when I'm approving contracts to make sure that, you know, whatever is in front of me doesn't need to be brought to you. So the majority of contracts fall, you know, under all of these provisions, and that works for me. But just so you're aware that the new procurement officer, when I sign a contract, as long as it has funding attached, which most do, they execute the PO, and the procurement officer has to sign off on the PO that everything was procured correctly, so.
Okay, but that doesn't have to be in the policy. I guess because it's not a contract, that's a PO specifically.
Right.
That's not the contract.
Well, so they're looking at the specific contract. I don't think you need to reference it, but, you know, it doesn't really change
Okay.
my process if
Okay.
you do.
Okay. We have a motion. Any other questions? So if the motion has been seconded, no more questions or comments, all in favor? Motion passes 5-0, 5 being present, and I want to publicly thank Patrick for his continued work on going through the policies. There are aspects of this job that are fun and glamorous. There are aspects of the job that just need to be done sometimes, and this is the behind-the-scenes stuff that isn't necessarily what grabs the headlines and the community advocate, but nonetheless important to the ongoing smooth operation of local government. So
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
I'll say that and thank you for that, Alan. I'll say that, you know, as a goal of the board that we set for ourselves, I think we're making good progress on this, and I hope to continue that progress as we move on.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is a request for proposal for 231 Turnpike Road, the former Regal Cinema. In our packet, we have a draft proposal and some areas of focus for us. So Christie, I'll hand the floor to you. And
Sure. So the RFP is similar to the one you saw before when the board had considered sending getting the property by eminent domain, and so it's just been updated, obviously, to reflect how we've acquired the property, and so I've provided you a new version, but not substantially different version, as reviewed by council.
Did it get updated in our packet?
there was an updated version late Friday,
Page 269 is where I'm
page 269.
at in the packet.
I only have 268 pages in mine.
No.
I just
So there's
thought
a
I just
version 2 of the
updated.
packet
Oh, I didn't get version 2. I didn't
that was
look at version
updated.
2 of the
There's
packet.
an email that the packet was updated.
I just updated today, though, so.
It wasn't, no, it was put in, I think, yesterday morning.
Okay.
So the question is not about, there's no expectation that we would complete this tonight. I just wanted to sort of focus on 3 areas of consideration, and I'm not, only one of them, I think, you would have needed to really look at the RFP at this point, but, one of the questions is the board comfortable with the comparative evaluative or criteria, understanding that criteria is very specifically how we would review any bids that came in. So we need to be clear that to the proposer, anything that we're going to consider in review of the bids, and then we need to stick to that when we receive the bids, and that's part of the procurement laws. And so I think we need to just make sure that the board is comfortable with that criteria. I don't know if, and the second piece is, one of the questions that we wouldn't have considered in the previous RFP is whether or not the board is interested in allowing a purchaser to close after the redemption period. So that redemption period is a 1-year period. It would take us through to January 6, 2023. If the board is open to that and puts that in the RFP, then we would have to, and then the bidder said that they would be interested in closing at that time, you would have to make that decision ahead of time and then obviously move forward based on that decision. So obviously the downside of that means that we would be holding the property for a full year. And so we would have incur costs related to that. And then the third.
Can I ask a question about that? So the way the RFP would be written, would that be an evaluation criteria? What am I trying to say? The, like highly favorable or not, so meaning someone that says, a bidder that doesn't need to close after that redemption period, we would value more highly or not? I mean, based on the way this is, I'm not sure how that language would be written.
Yeah, I'm just trying to open it. So it's currently in there.
And how it would affect our selection, I guess, is my question.
So right now it's, at the bottom of the first page, it just says the conveyance of the premise is subject to town meeting authorizing the conveyance and the rights of redemption held by, So I guess the point is, it's not written as a criteria, but it could be. Maybe, we could
And would
consider
we
it.
want it? Because there are pros and cons to,
Right.
as you
Sure.
presented to us.
Right.
Right now, it's setting the expectation that the closing is 90 days.
Right.
Well, but it does allow for, waiting until the redemption period.
Or other date with the
is
redemption period.
closed.
So the question is, do we want to limit it to 90 days? Do we want to continue to say 90 days or the redemption period really at the bidder's option? Or would we want to have a position on that would become a comparative evaluation criteria? And so we can discuss it a little bit tonight. I think it's food for thought for continued conversation as well.
No, I think if we push this out, then we're moving a lot of dates.
We can change the dates. That's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't expecting that we'd resolve all these issues and have a final draft. I know this is still being reviewed by council. I'm sure they'll have additional input into it as well.
Not being a lawyer, I'm fine with all 3 of these bullets. I'm pretty happy with how I read the RFP currently, but
Okay.
I'm learning, so I'd like to hear what others' thoughts are as well.
So I guess for tonight, if you're not ready to discuss, you could certainly consider those points with the RFP. I mean, we need to I just can't stress enough how important the evaluative criteria is,
Right.
because we can't veer from that at all.
Right.
And so, you know, right now, it's, I mean, maybe for the public, I'll just say kind of some of the points that are currently in there.
I've got them.
Can you
So-
give us
So-
a page reference?
Page reference in the packet, it's page 6 of the RFP, towards the bottom, section 8, page 275 of 324 in the packet.
Thanks.
So, I remember when Select Board Member Emery always told the public how many pages we had to read.
Oh.
So section 8, the evaluation criteria, part A, there's a minimum evaluation criteria, which basically says that all proposals must meet the minimum threshold, complete conformance with all the submission requirements set forth within, and a statement of intention to purchase the premise. So that's the minimum. B, section B, what we're talking about now is the comparative evaluation criteria. The first one, and there's 3 ways it gets looked at: highly advantageous, advantageous, or less favorable will be the rating. The first one is the purchase price. And so highly advantageous is a proposal that offers a price above the fair market value. Advantageous is offers fair market value, and least favorable is a proposal that's less than fair market value. Other financial benefits is the second one. Highly advantageous would be proposals that, in the judgment of the evaluators, presents a plan that has the most favorable financial impact on the community, including taxes, fees, and job growth. Advantageous would be a proposal that presents a plan that is an average financial impact, and a least favorable would be a plan that is below average financial impact. The third consideration currently in the RFP is financial resources. Highly advantageous is the proposal is not contingent on financial approval for the purchase and or development of the premises, and that they have demonstrable funds to purchase the premise. Advantageous, the middle ranking, is it is contingent on financial approval, but the proposer has provided a firm commitment from institutional mortgagees to purchase the premise for the offered price. Least favorable rating would be given to a proposal that, in the judgment of the evaluators, is contingent on financing, and the proposer has not provided a firm commitment. And then fourth is the ability to proceed. Highly advantageous would be a proposal that contains the fewest contingencies to closing, with prompt completion, and that this conveyance could not be contingent on the sale or purchase of another property. Advantageous would be that the proposal contains contingencies to closing, but which can be reasonably satisfied, and the parties are able to complete the transaction within a reasonable period of time. Unacceptable rating would be given a proposal which is contingent on the satisfaction of contingencies that cannot be reasonably satisfied within a reasonable period of time after the PNS. So those are the 4 evaluative criteria right now. So the question comes, are those acceptable? Are there additional evaluative criteria that we want? One of those could be related to the redemption period, as we've discussed.
I guess with that redemption period, I guess my question was, would that go into that last one?
Yeah, I think
ability
it
to
does. I think
proceed.
it works with that last one, so we might want to call it out specifically, but, yeah.
So, with number 2, on the other financial benefits, right, so we talk about financial impact. When you say on the community, then taxes, fees, and job growth aren't just for this building, but we would consider, you know, what it does for that area in general, right? If it's some sort of business that drives business to, you know, drives people to other businesses as well around it, that would have an increased impact versus if just that business was generating that type of.
I think
I
it
think
would be that way.
you could consider that, if you could,
Quantify it, yeah.
yeah.
Residual impact. type of
If
thing.
we'd have to be able to quantify it. So now, everybody gets rated on these 4 criteria.
Mhm.
and then that's it.
Well, there's also a provision in here for an interview and some follow-up questions
Chris,
after
is-
evaluation.
Sorry, this is the same process we used for the water operations, right?
Yep.
So-
So,
But I guess the question is, the criteria here cover everything we want it to cover?
One thing I just thought of, I wonder if it's appropriate, is would a criteria be something about, and maybe it falls into other financial benefits, maybe it falls into, well, I guess that's probably the only place it might be, but is around, sustainable, green, if a proposal comes forward that says that they're gonna, put solar panels all over the roof and, all that great stuff, is that advantageous? Do we weigh that? Does that matter to us? Is there, just a thought, trying
So-
to stick with our master plan and all of our initiatives.
But we
So
won't
what
know
I was
that.
just gonna say, I mean, I think that's the thing with this, is that given the process, we're not, that's where I think other financial benefits makes it sort of, the timeframe makes it difficult for someone to come up with a very specific proposal, and think about all the permits and everything else they've got to get to do this. So this is gonna be a very kind of, anyone submitting this is gonna have to kind of be broad.
Well, so Shelby, to my point though,
What do you mean?
like where it says most favorable financial impact, could we not add something that says also most favorable
Environmental or-
impact?
I think
Add
those would
that
have to be two separate criteria.
Yeah, I
'cause
think
they
that
they might be competing.
Right, right. So to your point, we could add that, but I guess, right, so could they make a commitment, someone that comes in and says, we'll make a commitment to be,
Hmm.
that's a great question. I hadn't thought about that. But someone's not gonna come in and be really may not be able to be specific with the type of,
Well, they'll be, so they would probably be specific on they would be specific on their
use.
use.
right.
Right.
But then in terms of, permitting and other things,
But- We could,
the town doesn't really have authority. So one of the other things, the last bullet that I had called out, under the purchase and sale agreement, was to put some language in there that would make the sale contingent on them moving forward quickly. And so that wouldn't necessarily, what you're trying to do is prevent someone purchasing the property and then it continuing to sit. And so you can do that in the P&S where you make some requirements around obtaining permits and things like that. So it doesn't guarantee anything. So I'm just not sure how you would do that, given that you're not really regulating what the actual building is.
Right.
It's like when you sell your house, you don't get to decide, you don't really have any say in what they do with the property. Here we have zoning, and the planning board, but.
I guess since favorable is somewhat of a subjective word, right, to your point about it being kind of, they could conflict with each other if you put something there around sustainable versus financially favorable. I think it would be something we would weigh, we would be able to decide based on our subjectivity as to, is it both financially favorable as well as sustainably favorable? So I don't know if it really does conflict with each other. I think that's something we would
Just
assess through the process.
The question on sustainability, what would be advantageous, what would be highly advantageous versus less favorable? What criteria we set? So for example, we have goals in the sustainability plan and in the master plan that aren't yet codified in our zoning.
Right.
Right, so maybe highly advantageous would be they're committing to work to attain those goals, whereas advantageous would be meet our current, but least favorable.
I don't think that
they
you
have
could
to
do
be
that.
current because
I don't know how
do that.
they would commit. I suppose, I think the way that you would,
we're
if you were going to do, first of all, I think it would have to be separate from financial, because financial you're looking at, they
Yeah.
would tell us how many
I would
jobs they
agree,
thought
outside
and
of
what the
financial,
taxes would likely be, or John would do that.
Yeah.
But you could say, 3 to 5 examples of other locations where you have sustainability, you know, where you're looking sort of at the company and their, I mean, I think that's the only way that you could really
Yeah,
look
so
at
if you
it.
created another section that said other benefits, and in there was some language around, you know, willingness to adopt master plan.
But you can't hold them to that.
So could we, I'm not saying we want to,
Greenness
but
of the
could we put like, as the you know,
We can't.
lead certification, I mean, for different levels of sustainability in the building
So,
and rank those, so I'm using LEED as the highest, right, LEED Platinum or whatever it is.
so I mean, the issue about being able to hold them to it, right, is interesting because in the financial benefits, they can say, we anticipate X jobs, right? But then as they're building the building, a vendor comes and says, hey, we can automate that with a robot. And next thing you know, there's 5 less jobs, right? We can't hold them to the number of jobs they put in the RFP. It's an expectation. And so, because we can't rescind the sale if, you know, once they're done with the project, the number of jobs they
That's why I'm
projected.
saying
So-
if you have them give examples of other projects that they've done, you can see what their history is in terms of sustainability.
Yeah, but we can also say that they're, you know, you could say that, you know, their net zero is highly advantageous, right? And stretch code is advantageous and least favorable is just meeting current, you know, minimums, right? It is, as far as their intention on how they plan to develop, I guess we could say, you can demonstrate, my concern about saying, you know, show other projects is there's the possibility that someone comes forward that hasn't done many projects, right? And someone new, and you're saying, well, you know, they'll be harmed because they don't, you know. Then again, they don't have a track record of success, so maybe that harms them anyway, so, I don't know, it's complicated.
Trying to think of a good example of why I'm thinking of this is just going off of the conversation we had earlier tonight about plastics, right? You know, I don't know if this is appropriate or not, so Christy, you can tell me if it isn't. You know, I'm hopeful that we don't have a plastic straw manufacturer come in there versus a paper straw manufacturer, right? One's greener than the other. That's what I'm kind of equating.
Good example, because the zoning doesn't allow manufacturing.
Okay, well, okay, but you get my point, right? You know,
Yeah.
so is there a way to rate a proposal based on that kind of scenario?
Well, I think if the board is interested in that as a potential criteria, I can, you know, I'll work with council to incorporate that to, you know, see if she has experience with something like that, and I'll bring it back. That's the simplest way to.
Let's see what
Sure.
I think it's a good question.
I think sustainability is a good criteria to consider, and if we can have something that's workable. If not, we don't, but if we can, we do. Ian's thinking.
So, or,
I mean, we'd also discussed briefly is, do we want to say anything about use and preference, you know, entertainment versus other uses? I'm not necessarily advocating for that, but I know it's been on the discussion table before.
I'll just say that I think since 2017, we've heard a lot of ideas about how that property could be used, but, you know, I'll just say again that I think that the market is going to drive what's going to be successful there, and there could be things that we haven't thought about. So.
Yeah, I'm just, it's back to the sustainability one. Sorry, back to the sustainability one. What I'm just thinking is, would we decide that if, other things come up, that a sustainable project that offered the town less financial benefits was the right decision? And maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but from a, and I'm still struggling with how, I guess, let's look at it, but I'm still struggling with how you rate it. I'm not sure what we would actually, what the criteria would be that made it favorable, or.
So should we see if town council has experience and suggests a ranking, and based on that, we can decide if we want to include that.
We can look too.
And
We
look-
don't
and
have
look-
to just
Well,
rely
and
on
look at, right,
something.
but we can look as well, but come back with some proposed options that we can then decide, yes, this helps us make a decision, or no, it won't.
Would it be also helpful in that process to get our Sustainable Westboro community to take a look at that language if in fact something comes back?
I don't think so, only because we're talking about something that they haven't done before, which is this RFP. So,
Okay.
I mean, if we're trying to figure out how different criteria will work together and what's going to be most favorable, I'm just not sure that they have that experience.
Sure, okay.
Can I guess, so if someone comes in and again, maybe zoning doesn't allow that, but says the best use sustainable wise is let's tear it all down and put a solar field there. Would, and that's gonna be the most sustainable, is that what we want?
You could potentially, in some RFPs, you don't have to have a highly advantageous for every rating. So you could say, you could do highly for, say, financial benefit and purchase price, but then for sustainability, you could just have advantageous and not advantageous, or advantageous and least
Okay.
advantageous, so it doesn't carry as much weight,
Okay.
if that's, you know.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I'm sort of comfortable with that, because,
Well, I mean, I think that's fine, go back
It
to
makes
council,
it-
looking at it and see.
right. You know, it makes bidders aware that, you know, it's a consideration for the town.
It matters, right?
It matters, and that, you know, and an indication also that when they go before the, you know, the planning board for permits, it's gonna be, sustainability will be part of the discussion, given the zoning and, you know, and other things that are happening, so maybe do that too, Tier.
So is the way this set up, are all these so each of these criteria is equally considered?
Right now,
Right now, yes. Yep.
I think last time, if I remember correctly, didn't we talk, it was like five, because we wanted to put numbers on it, so it was almost like 5, 3, 1.
I don't think so. Oh, you mean once we, like on the scoring sheet?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was at 3, 2, 1, but didn't differentiate enough, and it said 5, 3, 1, and then, maybe that might have been at the state hospital, I don't remember. Another
One of
RFP.
those.
But it was a similar type thing, but I think it's, yeah, somehow you get to a rating of, is there ways to, for those of us that are more numerically minded.
Is there?
Sorry, I'm not talking to the mic.
Is there a criteria, like, sort of perceived community value? I know,
No,
I
I
didn't even ask.
listening to see what you mean by that.
Well, I'm looking at other financial benefits, and it's.
Kim cringed.
I know, I know, wasn't even the right way to ask the question, but just, so,
Perception.
so to, you know, I don't even want to use manufacturing, I don't have a good example, but if there was a proposal that, we'll use the movie theater, and it was like, someone's like, oh, I'm gonna bring in, you know, a movie theater and a restaurant and whatever, I don't know, and that's allowed, and it meets, and so it's like, wow, that has a higher value than a car dealership, if it could be allowed there. I mean, is there a,
I just don't know how you would know that. Like, I guess, how would you know of the uses that are proposed?
because we are all knowing.
But how would you know of the uses that are proposed, which one the community values the most?
Omnipotent.
I mean, so it should, I mean, is it consistent with a goal of the master plan? Like, that's something you can measure. Is it consistent with the goals of the strategic plan? You can measure those things.
Yeah, and then that's a massive document, so, you know, yeah, okay.
It's just so we did look through the master plan to see if this property was specifically called out.
Yeah.
And it is, but it's just, it's called out as an area of opportunity,
Opportunity,
so
yeah.
nothing specific about the use.
That's good, though, that it is called out.
I'm interested in hearing her thoughts about the redemption period and whether or not that's something we're interested in, if it matters.
Can you remind the community of what the redemption is? What does that mean?
So it's the period under which
The-
someone could come back and redeem the
1
property.
year, right?
It's 1 year from the foreclosure date. So for us, that's January 6th. 2023 would be the end of the redemption period.
So it gives a clear deed to the
Clear
property.
title.
Right.
Yeah.
Which may cause some bidders to have financing
Right.
Right.
issues.
During the redemption
So
period.
the thought is if we allow the close post-redemption period or on January 6th, the thought is you might get more bidders at higher dollar because anyone who's using traditional mortgage lending, commercial or traditional commercial financing would be able to bid. The downside is we're responsible for the ongoing, we've budgeted for it, it's in the budget, it's in the warrant articles, the funds to maintain and own the property until that time.
Well, the other downside is that it's not on the tax rolls.
Right, it's
Yeah.
not in the tax rolls. It delays everything for another year, 2 years.
And if someone needs traditional financing too, you make an argument that they're a riskier
Right.
partner with it, potential riskier partner with the town.
I guess my inclination would be to make ability to close prior to the end of the redemption period, or desire to close, something that's highly favorable, or favorable, and someone who would request to close after the redemption period less favorable.
Right, I thought that we had talked about
Yeah.
working that into the ability to proceed criteria.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't know if we came to a conclusion about
Right.
that.
Yeah, we
So I
don't.
don't
So
know.
I would,
don't-
I would see the ability to proceed prior to the end of the redemption period is more is, whether it's a separate criteria, in the ability to proceed is preferred.
Make it highly advantageous, but maybe it's advantageous to.
I don't know,
So,
I mean, what do we think, Ian, when you just said about, kind of conventional kind of borrowing or, so otherwise we would expect someone to do this as a cash deal?
or have private.
Or have private financing backing.
Or have a traditional lender who, looks at statute and says, gee, once we close, the redemption period's over and we're okay with that with respect to title. It's a perception issue. I mean,
Right, or you could, right, but you could,
So-
they would still, I can't imagine a lender not writing that in as lots of contingencies, which would still make this,
Right, so we should be clear, you all know this,
Yeah.
but we should be clear. So the redemption period extinguishes with the conveyance of the property.
right,
But it's,
oh, that's right.
right, but it's
Title
still,
But it
insurance
still
companies.
hangs
still
over
title
the-
insurance makes it difficult to
Right,
get lending.
right,
Right.
right.
And the issue about getting it on the tax rolls, remember that for fiscal 20, to go on the tax roll starting July 1st, 2023, the property has to not be owned by the town by January 1st. So if we close on January 6th, right? If I'm recalling what our chief assessor told us, is that commercial property valuations for property taxes are
Oh, it
based
has
on
to
the
be-
value.
oh.
Well, the value wouldn't be,
Right.
it would be on the,
It would be on the
It'd go on
tax.
the okay, you're right, it would go on the tax
they'd pay the
rolls.
taxes. We would be collecting taxes, it would just be at a value that was
Right,
valued off of what it is there now.
Right.
right.
I guess a potential benefit possibly to wait out the redemption period is that you're getting somebody who is going through a financial lender who's doing the checks and balances, and you're getting an assurance there that this is an entity that, a bank feels confident with. I don't know how much that weighs, but it's something to consider versus a private, right?
Right.
where there's less checks and balances from a financial institution.
But I think we kind of covered that, and the thing about contingencies and that type of stuff, I mean, it's, one way or the other, if it's, yes, they got it, but there's a number of contingencies, and you can say that the reason the bank, that's, I think, you know, kind of agreeing with what you're saying. If the bank puts a lot of contingencies on it, or there's contingencies that the buyer puts on it, typically it's related because of how they're getting financing or something like that, means that they're probably a riskier.
Right. I mean, I'm almost tempted to say ability to close within 90 days is highly advantageous. Ability to close before the end of the redemption period is advantageous, and ability to close on or after the, you know, the expiration of the is less is less favorable. And push towards, a quick move forward. I mean, I guess I don't, either I think we need to remain neutral on it, or decide if we want to get the conveyance quickly so that whatever the plans are, they start moving forward. The property's been idle.
No, I also want the highest, like,
Right.
value, not just the sale price, but the long-term use. Again,
Yep.
that's that
Agreed.
perceived community value as well as the actual tax dollars. Can we continue this
Yeah,
conversation?
I wasn't
Yeah, no, I know.
expecting to entertain any motions
You,
on this.
you sound like you were writing an RFP just then.
Well, no, I mean, I'm
Your
suggesting,
credits.
well, I'm suggesting terms, that we might want to consider, that,
Yeah, I mean, I
We
think
were
we already talked about
discussing-
it, so I don't think we have
Yeah.
to wordsmith it here.
Right.
I mean, I got your notes, so I think we can.
but I guess my question is, do we want to wordsmith any preference on timing relative to the redemption period, or do we not want to? So before the
I
wordsmithing
don't think you need to
happens-
wordsmith it. Do you want the redemption period to be part of the ability to proceed criteria or not? Or do you just want to see it and see what it would look like?
Well, if the redemption expires with conveyance,
Or 1 year.
no, but kind of legally, not kind
Yeah,
of
but the-
legally, legally, redemption expires with, so as soon as they buy the property, so it would be a contingency, is what you're saying.
But
Well,
Because
because
they've
one
said-
option is, I mean, if we wait a year before we do this or wait longer, the redemption period is only 1 year.
Right, it expires anyway.
Correct.
Right, but if, let's say we do this and then, and it sells in August.
So,
From the town's perspective, the redemption period it's
Right.
no longer in
There's no
play.
risk for us.
There's no
Right.
risk. It's
It's
all,
for the,
and then there's title insurance and clear title and all of that.
so by law, the redemption period ends, the title insurance company's like, we don't care, we're waiting the 12 months
Right.
before we say you've got clear title. So then the mortgage bankers say,
Right.
ooh, title issue, no money.
Right.
And so it limits to people who can buy with cash or have private financing. And so it's,
I just don't know.
will we get more money and more value for the town if we allow people to close later, when there's clear title?
There's a lot of money out there in the market, but
Yeah.
But again, not knowing kind of what the use of this will be, I just feel like if we don't allow that period of time to pass, that we're decreasing, the opportunities that are going to be presented and the price. But yet, we've got to pay for the,
well, and and don't forget that the building is going to continue to,
Deteriorate.
Right.
yeah.
But
right, but the deal has to be locked in regardless of the.
Right, but they'll price the continued deterioration of the building.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Unless the plan is to remove it anyways, with something clean.
I think I agree with you. If we say it's advantageous, we certainly wouldn't call it highly advantageous to wait till next January 6th. If we say it's somehow, it's allowable or advantageous, I think it does open up the number of people who are eventually gonna make offers, you know, who feel comfortable with that. And, you know, because if we do give it a criteria, say, of only advantageous, we could end up rejecting those bids, or bids who come in also above market and are willing to close quickly. I feel like it is, I don't know what others think, but.
I sort of like that, putting it not highly advantageous, but advantageous for a quick close, because then you're saying all things being equal, if you can close in 90 days or 120 days, whatever we decide, that's better than waiting until January of next year. And just as we're talking about only having 2 tiers for sustainability, just having that
Instead of 3.
So maybe it doesn't go into ability to proceed, it's number 5 or 6, whatever, and it's got less advantageous and more advantageous, right? It says. We're fine waiting, right? But we prefer, there's a preference to move quickly. And
I would agree with you, Alan. I mean,
do that.
in this current world affairs, I'd like to see that property
Yeah.
sold
'cause-
quicker than later.
And I'm thinking all the, you know, the real estate investment trust and private equity money out there outside of the normal lending process.
Yeah.
You know, foreign investors looking to get into hard currency pretty quick. And
Russians.
US real estate,
Gold.
whatever.
Great, excellent.
Wasn't
Okay,
something to joke about, I
No,
apologize.
but
It's late.
it's-
I know, it's late, and I think that's kind of what I'm feeling at this point.
So why don't we have the team draft something around that, we can look at it and discuss on our next agenda. Ideal situation would be, I know, Christie, you mentioned to me that you were expecting some additional updates from council, or some other things that aren't reflected in the document that need to be there. So,
Right, but this third point is one of them. So
right,
would the board want to put in the purchase and sale agreement a requirement that the entity produce financing for the project? So whatever
Oh,
project they're gonna do. So that would give you
Yes.
some more
I
comfort.
think so.
Okay.
Yes, I think we should.
I'd be willing to give up some other things, is.
Well, it
what we
opens
were
the
just
doors,
talking
I
about.
mean, that kind of gets to the point, if someone
Right.
comes in and says, I can do financing, but I can only do the financing if we wait till the end of the redemption period, it gives us flexibility, it's okay. Well,
Right.
we like you, and that's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
But I think not asking for that, yeah, that's where you run the risk of,
someone who can
Sitting
afford to
there.
buy the property and then can't afford to develop it, or do anything with it.
How
So
would
this
we
isn't
know
a
that?
criteria, this is something that would be part of the PNS. They would have to produce,
But how would we,
we asked that last time.
yeah, well, we're gonna ask that now about their their ability to move forward, their ability to proceed will be, they'll have to produce evidence of financing.
how are we gonna know that they have enough financing for the project that they're proposing? Like, how do we know a project's gonna cost 10 million versus 25 million?
I mean, they would have to show us, I mean, what they have in terms of their ability to move forward. I mean, if they're gonna tear down the building and build a whole new building and they show us that they have $100,000, we're gonna, that's clear, but I think, once you look at the project, they would have to identify,
Because the
their
project
expected
should have an
cost.
estimated cost,
Yeah, okay.
right?
yeah.
Okay.
You know.
I mean, they would have
Okay,
to,
I
I would
just-
expect that they would have some level of
Yeah.
conceptual plan.
You know,
and-
e-
What
even
it
if-
when it
even
gets,
if it's-
yeah, what it
Even
get-
if it's projects of this type are X $100 per square foot,
Sure, yeah.
this is our estimate for,
Yep,
then they
okay.
can come back and say, look, we've got financing for that
Okay.
amount, plus a margin of error.
yeah, and I think it's more just to reinforce that they come to us with a pretty solid plan.
Right, right.
And again, it's not like we can hold them exactly that, because they have to go through all the things, but it's
Sure.
kind of,
Yeah, we have a sense that they're not gonna just buy it and sit on it and.
yeah.
Right, that's a concern.
Yep.
And there's no guarantee that they won't, but.
Right. Great, that's helpful, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so moving forward, item 12 on the agenda is the request to approve the meeting minutes of February 8th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussions, comments? All in favor, aye. Passes 5-0, 5 being present.
Thank you, Sheila.
Chris, thank you. Sheila, item 13, the town manager's report.
Dana Jackman is our Employee Excellence Award winner for February. He's the master mechanic at DPW since 1984. He'll be awarded the one personal day to use over the next 12 months. Related to BWALTS, we've set up a meeting through CMRPC with members of other trail groups, including the East Coast Greenway, East Quabbin Land Trust, and the Franklin Bellingham Rail Trail Committee to participate in a trail discussion. And so the purpose of that is for us to understand best practices, potential funding sources, and sort of how they went about their work. The annual report is at the printer, and then the AFC's R&R will go to the printer on the 11th with all of your votes and the AFC's votes. The annual town meeting, I did send out the speaker list and assigned each of you different articles for motions, and then also I've attached here the draft motions which are being reviewed by council. Those have been forwarded also to the AFC. For department head updates, the Board of Health signed a contract with HelpSee, so they're doing textile recycling, offering curbside pickup to residents on Mondays, started yesterday. And then as the COVID cases are winding down, they're thrilled to focus on public health responsibilities. In the DPW, MassDOT confirmed that the crosswalk at West Meadow Plaza and Route 135 will be moved to Route 135 and Meadow Road intersection. So the design's complete and the work is expected to occur in the spring. The water treatment plant received a water fluoridation quality award from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention for providing high-quality water fluoridation for the 12 consecutive months. The fire department has been working with Eversource and National Grid on updating administrative contacts in Westborough and also identifying critical infrastructure. They've also completed their application and submitted it for the SAFER grant, which you had talked to them about in January, and so they'll let us know when they receive notice of that award. And then they've also received a grant from the Executive Office of Public Safety for $8,230 to support community impact programs for senior citizens and children. The police department has started their body-worn camera program. It was implemented on March 1st on a trial basis, and the chief is actually coming to your next board meeting to give an update on that as well as accreditation status. And then the police department also welcomed Amanda Joaquin as the newest member to the patrol division.
Can I just ask a question? I know we don't usually
No.
do this of the town manager's report.
Yes. Yes.
The Board of Health contract with HelpSee, so is that I guess who's paying for that? Is that like a contract and residents sign? I guess, you know what, if you don't know, could you, we just get some more?
Can you just give me,
I'm curious.
We paying them?
Well, so for example, I know
I
that.
think they get money for, I think it's similar to like when the Girl Scouts do the textile drive, like that's how HelpSee gets the funding. That's my
Right.
understanding.
So, I mean, I'm just wondering, being that we already had sort of an option on Saturdays and then we're adding another option?
Though this is curbside, so
Oh, versus bringing
And
it.
I believe you have to call or go online and fill out a form to say you want to pick up, and then they'll tell you, yes, we'll be there Monday. You put your stuff
Okay.
out curbside and they take it.
Okay, I'll look it up. All right, thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next up is issues and correspondence of the Select Board. Patrick?
Yeah, sure, a couple of things. First of all, I'd just like to share with the community that I was fortunate enough to go on a tour of our schools with Amber Bach last week. Ian was able to join us as well, and saw 4 of our schools. This was as a result of me having a conversation with Amber in regards to the school budget. So she offered this to me. I found it absolutely fantastic to walk through the schools and see all the wonderful work that the school department has been doing, and I want to just again extend my thank you to her and her staff for taking the time to show us the work that they were doing, and certainly seeing all the kids and watching them learn. Great news, the Lions Club is going to have its rubber duck derby Saturday, April 9th at 11 a.m., and I believe you can attend in person. The Senior Center is going to have a St. Patrick's Day party on Tuesday, March 15th at noontime. Of course, corned beef and cabbage will be served, and Irish bread. Tickets are $7. The ombudsman, there's also a need for an ombudsman, I can never say that word.
Ombudsman?
Ombudsman needed
Ombudsman.
for long-term care. You should contact the Senior Center if you're interested in that program. And then finally, I'll just mention that the Housing Choice Working Group started up last week. I will be coming to present with them in the background to you all on April 19th to share with you the information that we've been pulled together. I'll just quickly share with you a couple of dates that I think the board will want to be aware of. Bear with me for a moment. I had it up on the screen and now it's gone. So for the community, just a quick summary of what this is. We are an MBTA community and we are required or we shall have zoning in accordance or a bylaw that provides for at least one district reasonable size in which multifamily housing is permitted as of right. So this committee was put together to start to work that process. A couple of key dates that are coming up here soon. March 31st, DHCD will require a public comment period submission, so that's what we're working on right now. May 2nd is a requirement to brief the select board on the draft compliance. That's why I'll be coming before you on April 19th. Again, on May 2nd, the MBTA community information form submission will be required. And then in the summer of 2022, a final compliance guidelines will be issued. Right now, they've only issued draft guidelines. And
What was
then
the final? I'm sorry?
what's that?
What was the final issuance?
They'll have the final compliance guidelines. Right now, they've just provided
Do I
draft.
know what was the date?
They're just saying summer of 2022. So they're taking questions from us right now during this open period. And that's what we're working on is questions to their draft compliance policy. And then on July 1st of 2023 is when the community rail communities must obtain DHCD approval of the action plan. So a number of activities coming up here soon, but I'll share more details when I present in April. That's it.
Okay. Ian?
Yeah, just a couple of updates. Capital Expenditures Planning Committee met last night just to give a final review of the town meeting warrant, funding sources, et cetera, based on where we'd started, but really with the updates from overlay surplus, whatever, and voted unanimously to support all of the capital items in Article 9 as well as Article 10, correct? Looking. So unanimous support on all of those and the funding sources. So while those don't go in the booklet, the chair of our Capital Expenditures Planning Committee will report on that at town meeting. So I went through that, and that was a good meeting. Second, Shelby, thank you so much for your comments on Denny. This was devastating for the town, personally devastating. To me, he was one of a kind, and I think we'll all miss him. And then finally, thank you to two of our members that ran tonight. I did notice that you did win. So, but really, congratulations to you guys. But congratulations to and thank you to everybody that ran and won, and also to Wendy in the town clerk's office, as well as all the election workers, police, everyone, the schools, everyone that supports such an important democratic function that we do. And in light of what's going on in the world, seeing that and having the ability to do that is pretty special. So thank you for that as well. And the final thing is remind the community, Sunday, April 3rd, Troop 100 will be having its annual pancake breakfast again. However, what I will say is a little slightly different. It's Sunday, April 3rd, so tickets are being sold. Now, unfortunately, they're not doing door-to-door just because of, concerns with folks around COVID, certain other stores in town that have let people sell merchandise or things out front. Volunteer groups aren't doing that again because of COVID, but they are selling at Lowe's and at Walmart on the weekends, but people can buy tickets online, you can buy them at the door. It is being planned, though, as a little bit different, as a kind of a drive-through right now. It's still being discussed, but really that was, when we had to plan it, things were still in the midst of what we do. Because we didn't hold it last year, we want to hold it. Who knows what will happen? I'm hopeful that we can do it, combination of drive-through and indoors, but more to come. But it definitely will be held, and encourage folks. This is the, they call it the 43rd annual with 1 year gap, but 43 years of an event for the town, which is really special. So hope folks can attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelby?
That would be the best news I can bring home to Grayson, because she was like, is that happening? And it will make this whole meeting worthwhile
Yeah.
for her.
Hopefully she's not still awake.
I'm pretty sure she's not. I'm barely awake at this point.
Know the feeling.
Just a quick update on the Hockomock Pond Reuse Committee. We have our meeting tomorrow, and we're meeting with representatives of Mass DEP, EPA, and Beazer East, which is the group that maintains the ongoing maintenance of the wells and all of that. So we have a whole list of questions. Sherry Wittes was instrumental in organizing that Q&A session, so it's kind of a key component to getting some basic answers as to what can we do, what can't we do, and any future, public use of that. So that work continues, and that's all I have.
Okay. Sean?
Yeah, quickly, the Library Building Committee met a couple weeks ago, and now we're really starting to pick up steam. The OPM is coming to our meetings, and at the last meeting, we took a vote to move forward with the project using the construction manager at risk delivery method. So we had to formally take a vote on that, because then and as well as confirming plans and procedures for the project, a document, so that could then be sent in as part of our application. It has to be approved. That can take up to 60 days. So we want to get that done as quickly as possible. Hopefully it doesn't take the full 60, but so we move forward with that. I would also say Mary Johnston has been taking exhaustive notes on the meetings, and so if you're interested in really finding out what's going on at the meetings, they're posted, I believe, to the library website, and all the information is there. She's doing a terrific job. So that's it for me.
Thank you. So today was our annual town election, so reiterate Ian's thanks to everyone involved in producing the election, managing it, running it. Also want to thank everyone, not just Patrick, my fellow board member, running and putting their names out, but there were new names and positions on the ballot, and so for everyone who steps forward to donate their time and their energy to the town, it's appreciated. And knowing that races weren't contested, want to thank people who came out and vote. As a matter of principle and a matter of statement of support for those who are making the effort and for the well-being of the town. It's an important execution of a right that can too easily be diminished. So thank you, everyone there. On that note, I will entertain our motion to enter into executive session.
So I move to enter into an executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with all town and school unions, and under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A6, to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate at 0 Ruggles Street.
Second. Moved and seconded. I declare that an open meeting would be detrimental on the board's bargaining and or litigating positions. We will not be reconvening in open session. And so before we leave, I want to thank Westborough TV for hanging in with us again this evening. broadcasting and making our meetings accessible to the public. Moved and seconded, roll call vote.
Welch, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Marshall, yes.
Keo, yes.
Edinburgh, yes. Passed 5-0. We are entering executive session. Thank you.